Afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Welcome to tradertv.live. It's Thursday, March 12th. Futures pointing to another day of steep declines once again, with North American equity futures hitting that 5% limit down level for the second time this week. All three major indices sitting at that 5% limit down level as we speak at the moment. Global equities as well under pressure after U.S. President Trump addressed the nation last night from the Oval Office, implementing new travel restrictions on anyone coming from Europe into the U.S. That kicked off the selling in the overnight session over in the APAC region. Australia down 8%. We had Japan down 6+%. We'll get to that coming up in a second here. The virus that started end of last year over in China has now infected over 125,000 people globally, with countries throughout Europe particularly hardest hit, including Italy with more than 2,000 reported cases, France and Spain as well, also very hard hit as far as reported cases go at this point. Seeing energy stocks back to the downside today. Crude oil trading back below $32 a barrel. A lot of the virus-related names back to the upside, as much as 25 to 50% gaps to the upside for virus-related stocks. We had U.S. initial jobless claims this morning, 211,000 versus a 218,000 expectation. ECB interest rate decision, a little bit surprisingly, was left unchanged. I think a lot of people were looking for a bit of a cut as far as that goes, and we'll get natural gas coming up at 10:30 this morning. Guys, we're ready for another roller coaster ride here today.
Oh man,
here we go again.
Yeah, I mean, look, you mentioned the ECB there, and one thing to keep in mind, expectations were not necessarily for the interest rate move because, you know, they're already sitting down at zero. The overnight was expected to go down 10 basis points. The key is 30 to 40 billion over 6 months in QE was what was expected. Clearly, we're going to get a bit of a disappointment here. So obviously, it's going to be a wild day in the markets, to say the least. I mean, everyone's reacting to a lot of the news that's coming out, that the travel ban. I mean, here people are talking about the NBA and all that other stuff, but you get that overnight limit level that came into play. However, I think we should focus on one thing here. We're here to trade. There's opportunities in the markets. Its volatility has been good. You look at what the numbers were yesterday. Amex top trader pulling,
those are fantastic.
Pulling 39,000. New York 27K. NASDAQ top trader 23,000. And then you see Europe as well. LSE, Paris, and Zetra all coming in big. BOVESPA you see there for 6,000 at the very bottom. They had a market-wide halt for 15 minutes on the BOVESPA, down 10% in the afternoon yesterday. And some individual stocks halted even after that. Petrobras, after it reopened, had its own volume halt. It was absolutely crazy action, so opportunities abound there, Brendan.
Just absolute insane moves down in Brazil yesterday to the downside, and then we actually saw most of the stocks close off the lows and then actually print in the auction aftermarket quite significantly higher. So will be an interesting market to watch once again today. Worth mentioning, CME has come out and said they will close their Chicago trading floor after market on Friday, sending everyone home. Electronic trading will continue into next week, but CME Group, the first ones to kind of jump at the opportunity to send everyone home because of the coronavirus and limit, obviously, interaction between people. Let's get to some markets here, guys. We'll have a look at the Asian markets first off. APAC region, very, very negative once again, right across the board. Look at Australia there, leading the way to the downside, 8+%. As I mentioned, crude oil down below that $32 a barrel level once again. Nifty also in India, more than 8% to the downside. Japan, Hong Kong, and Shanghai also significantly lower, obviously all virus related at this point. Let's go over to Europe and see how things are shaping up. Very, very negative as well right across the board here. Look at this, 6+% in some cases, 7% for Sweden to the downside. Again, the announcement from U.S. President Trump about travel restrictions really kicking off the selling overnight in the APAC region that has now kind of filtered through to European markets and North America. Let's go over to North America and see how futures are looking. Very, very negative as well. Check out Bitcoin down there, guys. 23.5% to the downside so far. Yeah, 5% for the S&P, the Dow, the NASDAQ. TSX set to open about the same. Brazil is open, 5% to the downside as well. That's on top of that 10% we were talking about yesterday. crude oil significantly lower, and gold back in negative territory. Before we get going, as far as individual stocks go, we're going to touch base with Valeria, say good morning, first of all, and get an update on some virus-related market activity. Let's go to Valeria.
Thanks, Brandon, and hello, everyone. Well, World Health Organization declared a coronavirus a global pandemic on Wednesday after more than 119,000 being infected globally and more than 4,200 deaths around the world. Europe closed its restaurants, schools, public places, and followed by U.S. President Trump announcing that all the flights from Europe to U.S. will be suspended for 30 days starting on Friday. Well, now let's move to main U.S. indices. Stocks fell sharply yesterday, with Dow closing at bear market after falling more than 20% from its recent highs. S&P and NASDAQ both closed trading day on Wednesday down around 5%. S&P 500 though went up more than 300% from March 9th of 2009, but some of the indexes components like Nvidia and Netflix were performing even better. Nvidia rose more than 6,000% from March 9th of 2019, and Netflix more than 2%. Still, both stocks fell on Wednesday. Nvidia fell around 5%, and Netflix fell around 3%. It's mostly due to the global markets were falling. Well, now let's take a look at some stocks that were in green yesterday on the red contrast. Zoom Video Communications went up around 2% on Wednesday. The company reported its quarter 4 earnings report on March 4th without performing and beating estimates more than 11% and rising around 78% year over year. Biotech stocks are up. Gilead Sciences went up 2%, closing Wednesday trading day, as the company announced that they already have treatments in the U.S. with people who have coronavirus. It's not allowed by health officials, so they do it only in very critical situations. Moderna went up more than 5% on Wednesday after company announced that it's developing vaccine and it soon will be available in human trials. Also, Inovia Pharmaceuticals went up more than 46% on Wednesday. Company is developing a vaccine for coronavirus as well and expecting first in human trials in April. Well, that's all for today, and stay in focus. Back to Brandon.
Great stuff. Thank you, Valeria. Let's bring the guys in here once again. I want to talk a little bit about the overall market here before we get going on individual stocks here, guys. We sat here on Monday and talked about, being limit down heading towards the open, not really knowing what to expect. We ended up getting the overall, market-wide halt shortly after the open. Here we are again sitting, 5+% right across the board as far as the equity markets go. I don't think we should be, expecting the same thing as we saw on Monday, but, what are your thoughts, I guess, as far as the open goes for the overall market?
Yeah, I mean, there's actually a couple of plays that I was looking at that I don't even have orders out on because we're so close to that limit down level. You look at this, you look at the SPY and the Qs, and we actually just bounced off that level that would trigger the halt at 9:30. So you have to be at least a little bit wary of the fact that we could have that open up, and you could initially hit that 7% limit down on the ES. That's at 25.46. Let's look at it again there, 25.46.5. So we're going to be aware of it. But I remember when it happened on Monday, It wasn't until 4 minutes after. We were trading below that for a full 4 minutes before you saw that market-wide halt. So I'm not even sure it happens exactly at 9:30, or it takes a little bit to trigger. That's what we saw on Monday, so that's what I'm going to go by.
I think it will trigger right away, probably. I know for myself, I sold some, Brendan, in my own account. Okay, here we go. I'm long INO. I just tweeted that out, Brendan. It took off the top here, 1050. We went long 1055 right here. Small position, but out 20% there, out another 10% here. So right now we're holding on to a 50-cent winner. So we hit the confetti, but right now I'm not sure what to trade other than these coronavirus names. INO right now up 32%, and we're long 1055. So it's a 65-cent winner, but you know what? Like I just said to Neil, how do you put on any real risk here in this market? Because you could
halt. That's the thing.
And then we saw last time I was short Microsoft on Monday during the halt, and then it opened up and exploded to the upside, and we saw what happened.
These are the names to play though.
The rest of the day Monday, and there's some people on the floor making bets that maybe we would be positive today. So I don't know. Like I said, I raised some capital once again in the pre-market and sold some of my Apple, some of my PayPal. I still like. You know what made me feel good, Brendan and Neil, was that I look back, and a year ago today, Apple was 175 or so. So I feel like even though you might have missed the top, some funds may, come in and just sell today, just to get out and liquidate a bit. The worst is probably yet to come, I would think.
Yeah.
I think it's an important point to make there, guys, especially when it comes to risk. On a day like this, is not a day to go, ham, as we like to say, and really put on risk. Let's see what the market's going to give us at the open, directional and wise. You mentioned INO there. Let's talk about a couple other virus-related names here. AYTU, a little bit of news this morning. It was one of the most, or the biggest gappers when I sat down this morning, up about 50%. It has come back to earth a little bit. They announced a $9 million share offering this morning. Another name we were looking at yesterday, TLSA, also up about 50% in the pre-market, also announced a share offering today. You can see this AYTU guys already back to the downside. Looks like I missed an opportunity there at 2.
One, I'm shocked. I mean, every single one of these names, a couple of days after they come into play, you're going to see that share offering come in.
Yep.
That's one of the reasons why you got to be a little bit careful in those pre-markets with the long positions. If it's already happened in some, fair enough. But the ones like AYT, which had not done it yet, you kind of knew it could happen. Look at where the bottom comes in. Right at that 130 area. It's going to be heavily traded again. It's at 16 million shares. The volatility might be down from what we saw previously, but it doesn't mean there isn't a trade. Decent bounce here of about $1 if you're looking at the SPY off of that halt area. So it looks like we are, for the time being, again, a little bit of breathing room to that halt level. So that's one of the reasons you can hang on to longs or positions that you might have. Yeah. But just, you watch out for that limit level if you're in position. If you don't want to be in a halt, that is. But at the same time, if you're in the money on a coronavirus thing,
that's I'm taking it off.
A halt's not usually necessarily bad for those high flyers, to be honest.
I still have 60% here. I just took 80 cents on INO right there. So, it's still holding 60% of this trade as it goes bang, bang, bang. Every single level here, out 10%. Well, that's with 20, 10, 10. And now we're almost $1 in the money on this coronavirus name. So I think I'll just hold this all day and see there. I mean, now you would INO, guys. I mean, Brendan, look, I don't know what to say. We're going to wait to see what happens here.
Still plenty of time. We've got 15 minutes.
We still got 15 minutes. The market's going to come back. We looked at Europe. You did throw that board up of Europe. That's been a destruction for today. ECB, look, I thought they were going to fire some bazookas. We need to have more about it because all I really saw was the headline that they did not extend rates.
I saw 120 billion rates. In QE for the rest of the year, which sitting now, that's basically half of what I think was expected from the markets.
I think Trump needs to come back on some of that talk because that might be the only thing that rallies this market is if Trump can somehow come back and say, that was not good last night. Like he basically said he was stopping cargo and all this stuff coming in from Europe.
Apparently he misspoke on it.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
we need some clarification on all of that. But like Brendan, you said, Bitcoin down 26%, oil down 7%. Look, this is another thing.
Oh, actually, no, good point on Bitcoin. There's a good article at Forbes talking about how there was a bit of a scam happening in China and lots of money lifted and then being dumped selling into Bitcoin.
Oh,
so it actually, some of the dive might not necessarily be market related. It's just some big sellers dumping in after lifting some money from, it is what it is. Again, you can go find the article. I was trying to post a link there in the chat, but for some reason couldn't. So I'll see if I can't get that to you guys. So it could explain some of the disconnect, I think, logically from what's happening in the market to Bitcoin.
Yeah, Valeria has something. What's up, Valeria?
Hey guys, welcome everyone, and if you're passionate about trading and if you want to learn to trade, you're at the right place in the right time. I'll be leading the live chat. Neil, Sean and Brandon are always on the chat as well, so feel free to ask us questions. Let's chat, let's discuss this corona situation. Markets are crazy, world is crazy. Let us know where you're from and how's the situation with the coronavirus is there. Well, see you later. Back to you guys.
All right, guys. Yeah, let's continue along here. Travel stocks are obviously going to be in focus once again today. As you mentioned, the market's starting to get a bit of a bid here, moving back to the upside. A lot of these are, whether you want to look at airlines, whether you want to look at cruise lines, hotels, even the casinos, all gapping significantly lower this morning. And I mean 10 to 25% lower this morning. I just brought up American here, still 17% to the downside, but we just had that big pop off of 13 all the way up to 14 here. All kinds of volume right across this group already this morning.
Yeah, I mean, you have various exposure in terms of the flights to Europe. So that's you got to consider that certainly. I think it's Delta has a lot of their flights handled by European airlines, but you can see AAL sort of leading the way down 18%. I was looking at Southwest, I think it was like 15 or so, but AAL had a flush before the others here on a little bit of volume right around 8 o'clock. It does give this recovery to 14. Again, I don't know what's going to happen at 9:30 to be honest with you, but I had a nice little area between 1385 and 1430 that I think was a shot to the short side if you can get that target price. Now for me, I don't know that I love the notion of having a position on in a name like this when we're so close to that limit, unless you want to be holding during the halt. If you don't care, that's fine. But if you don't want to be holding during the halt, a lot of the best trades on Monday I found were after the halt. All the big money was made on the big bounce that was after. And before there was opportunities and was moving around. Liquidity was very low. Right. I don't know that it was worth the risk at that point, unless, like we were saying here, you were in one of the coronavirus names, which those ones are actually trading, relatively, normal isn't the right word, but basically that's the truth.
Yeah, I mean, these coronavirus names have traded like this for a month about. So anybody used to doing that. And I see your point there, Tim. Maybe Bitcoin's going to be on sale. You could trade GBTC this morning. That's the only thing that's effectively able to trade on our platform here with Day Trade the World. But we can also trade Bitcoin futures. So if you wanted that, I'm not sure the liquidity. I'm not comfortable really trading those. So I don't think I'll be doing that, especially on a 30% Bitcoin move, and especially about that scam there. So that's going to be moving around. But AAL, I love trading AAL, UAL. There's a whole bunch of different names. To be honest with you guys, it's more about slowing down, I think, right now, seeing what triggers. I know you're going to talk about Carnival Cruise Line soon, RCL, the whole transportation industry right now in sector. UPS is near frightful lows. So is FedEx today. Boeing is $160 today right now. We can call up Boeing right now, Brendan. I know there's so much to do. Let's just talk about Boeing quickly because we have it, because we're talking about it. Look at this, guys. 160.50 right now. Boeing down 15%. Just to put it in perspective, how bad this is, and I hate to do it to you, Boeing, but 340 was kind of a depressed level to begin with. That was February, let's just call it 350, February 13th. I looked down at my watch today and it is March 12th.
Yeah, I mean,
so we've been cutting more than half in 1 month, let alone where we were back in September at 380, let alone where we were back in March, 420, 440 last March.
Kerry, you're talking about GEG down 14%. It's about to crack $7 if we halt off the open. You're below $7 on GE, and we're at Carnival Cruise halted this morning. They're basically shutting down all of their cruises. I forget the actual time span. I think it was at least 6 months. And you see the gap, and then moving down from 18, another 8% to the downside on that move right there. So crazy action, Brendan.
Guys, we have news on both of those names you were talking about, both Boeing and GE with headlines this morning. Washington state lawmakers have passed measures to remove a significant tax break for Boeing and other aerospace industry participants. So there's that for Boeing, and then GE, the cost of insuring GE debt apparently jumping to levels last seen in 2018, according to a Wall Street Journal report. So more negativity for both of those. I want to touch on some energy names. We mentioned crude oil back below $32 a barrel once again. Occidental Petroleum, we've been trading that one throughout the week, off and on. Carl Icahn stepping up yesterday, flexing some Carl Icahn money, upping his percent stake in the company from 2.5% at the end of last year to now 10%. So Oxy, one to look at today. There was news on Anadarko. There was news on Marathon Petroleum as well. They were exploring some asset sales, or talking about exploring some asset sales. Guys, Oxy here, 13%.
Yeah, I think I was going to interrupt you. I think we just went limit down there on the S&P.
We just bounced off.
We may open up halted.
Look, we're basically bouncing, teetering right around that 254.65 mark. So with 10 minutes to go, like we said, be careful. If you don't want to be in the halt, it definitely is looking like it's going to happen. You mentioned Oxy there. You know, we've noticed some
$10.
buying.
Oh my God.
We noticed some buying on the way down that was rather large, and so, you know, Mr. Carl Icahn stepping in here on Oxy. For me, I think
Mr. Carl Icahn will be stepping out of Oxy. Trust me.
Yeah, we'll see what happens at $10 here. I honestly think
spoke to Uncle
you
Carl.
gotta watch oil today. I think it'll fall a little bit closer than it has been the last couple of days. Obviously, maybe that was the reason, but I really like looking at the airlines today. We're talking about Nike. I think some discretionary spending. You talk about something like Tesla with 10% reduction on the expected deliveries because of what's going on in Europe. I think, you know, there's going to be some opportunities to sell some of those names. Tesla could get to $500 at some point. I mean,
yeah.
That's the next
today,
level. That's the next level. The next level down. You look at
today. Oh, I wanted to bring up something. I mean, we talked about Oxy. Look, all these stocks, the shale plays, Whiting, Oxy, all these refiners, they're done. I did want to talk about GE. The problem with GE, the problem with GM, I think the problem with ExxonMobil also that a lot of people aren't talking about, well, I guess they are now, is their pension obligations. Some of these companies, Brendan and Neil and our viewers, have so much pension obligations here that, you know, a lot of these, the money set aside for this has been put into some of the fixed income tools. And now you're seeing the T-bills, we talk about the 10-year treasury, the bonds, everything's falling down to record lows. And I'm not sure that they're going to be able to even cover some of the liabilities that they have.
The move in TLT yesterday in the afternoon was insane.
Like my grandfather worked for Whirlpool for 40 years and had a pension almost full pay all the way through his retirement. So some of these companies have made these obligations and still have to pay employees that haven't worked there for 30 years. And now you're getting into some problems. So I'm thinking XOM is going to be a problem. And I know I'm still talking and sometimes I can't stop. Let's just pull this up right here, the imbalance locator,
Shocker.
just because it's something that we always talk about. Yeah, I see you laughing there, Emma. I'm going to throw it to Brendan in a second. AT&T, see, here we go again. Another huge pension obligation company. Here's Ford as well. Nokia, Disney, another one. ABC down here. Huge sells, XOM, huge sells today. Everything's a sell, Brendan. Let's just continue with talking, but I don't think we're going to open the markets up here.
I think it's important to talk about the banks here as well, guys. Over the past couple of days, the banks have been among the leaders to the downside. Monday and Tuesday, they were both days very weak. JPM here, another 8% gap to the downside. I mean, the market tried to bounce there a little. This thing really hasn't. We're sitting here down at 87 for JPM.
I mean, you know, 95 looked like a good level yesterday.
Yeah, I bought it yesterday after market.
Today, I guess just maybe use it as a resistance
Buy
point
more?
or a pivot or something like that. But, you know, it's going to be about waiting to see what happens within the market. I suppose if you catch a bounce, you got to have some names that you like to the upside, or at least prefer. I think that's the better way to state it. So you want to be locked and loaded there. I mean, some of you guys have been mentioning Zoom. You know, that's going to follow the market down as well. You see JPM down 8%. I was quickly over here just looking at where we were at in Zoom, and it's 5.5% to the downside. This 103 sort of double bottom, and you'll get the daily. There was a bit of a level here. So again, if you have something that you like on a bounce play, maybe this is going to be something you can try. This one coming well off as well. For a while, it was sort of the name that was running to the upside that wasn't necessarily coming up with a vaccine or mask. I mean, they had a good technology. It was a good technology name that was going up when the market was in fear a lot of days.
Zoom.
but now it's just following everything back down, so that's sort of gone away.
Before we throw to Brandon the big screen, let's just give a quick update. We did have scheduled, obviously, Kevin Uterit, NASDAQ Canada working from home, OTC Markets working from home. So if you're tuned in for some of our guests, we do apologize. We are working to get more. We do, accordingly, right now, I believe, we still do have Mark Roberts coming live from the floor. He'll be from the NYSE. Look, yesterday we had Mish Schneider. That was huge. I even saw on Twitter people telling Mish what a great episode she had on our show. So that was great. Thank you guys for that. But Mark Roberts, live, senior sales trader, 30 years on the floor there of the NYSE.
This is the day you want to hear from
11:20. We'll be talking to Mark Roberts and get the feel there on the floor. So not only do we have a trading floor behind us, but we'll go live to the NYSE. And right now we're going to go live to the big board with the man.
Yeah, we'll ask Mark about if he's heard of any kind of hints as to whether they are going to be sent home from the New York Stock Exchange as well. I wanted to mention this one, guys. Yesterday, TLSA threw their hat into the whole vaccine ring yesterday. So if you look at the daily chart, yesterday was the first day to the upside on this one, where the rest of this group has kind of been, higher for the past couple of weeks. TLSA, the first day yesterday, got to 10.5. This thing closed at 3.5, so $7 range in the afternoon. We're back to about 5 here. If you go out on the daily chart over here, this is 6 and 650 as far as resistance on the daily chart, but gapping significantly higher once again, 36% for TLSA, guys.
Neil just said he wants to get rid of that. So I don't blame him.
I'll be perfectly honest with you. Like I have my quote board up here. I use it very heavily, and when I had TLSA up there,
is it similar
at least
to
one or two times. Look, you got Tesla, you got TLSA.
That's what it is.
It's very easy. But that being said, you pull it up and it's a it's a $5 stock.
Yeah, we're just playing around.
It's not as if you're gonna freak out too much. But if you're looking at for breakout on this name, I do like that 650 to the top side. If we get a chance to open up here, I think it's not the craziest idea to fade in front of it and then having any kind of a reversal play. It's a bit of a level when you go back to the daily chart. I don't want to say it's as firm as I've seen other ones, but certainly worth a shot here on day 2. Usually I like the fade trade on day 2. You put in some levels in the morning and the afternoon on a stock like this, and then the following day you come in with a bit more of a clear picture.
U.S. We did see it. U.S. cash equity market limit down circuit breaker level hit at 921. So that's according to Reuters here, so we're Refinitiv. This is going to be exciting day.
Aqua saying stay hydrated. I got my Trade TV Live
we need
a
like
water bottle right here. There you go.
Like a buckle up.
We do need a buckle up.
Something that says like get ready to blast off. Because the only one we do have, guys, is to the moon, and I don't think we're going to the moon anytime soon. That's for sure. But we are probably going into the gates of hell if we're not there already. INO did come right back to our in there at 10.50. I'm waiting for this VWAP down below $10 before we do anything INO, so we just rock it right back up. This is just going to be a name that I'm going to hold all day until we get out down here. I don't know. INO, if you look here at a daily chart, and again, I hate trading these stocks because it's not like you're a genius when you win, really. It's just you're playing the fear. We got as high as $16 not too long ago. I think the fear is ultimate today. So can we get to 12 probably? Yes, I would say we're at 11 right now. So I would say 12 is probably pretty fair as a target, but that's just, that's another 20%. Like, I don't know.
It's reasonable to me. And when I was looking at that breakout as well, I think it's a very reasonable thing. And you have the risk down to about 10, or if you look at that pre-market range, that TLSA already just made a mini breakout at the mid-level here at 540 or so, looking like it does want to at least test this next level at 590, and the top was 660 as we mentioned. So, we're opening up in about 90 seconds or so. I'll be looking at this one as long as we're actually trading in the first 15 minutes. We're very close here.
Wow.
We didn't even talk about any of the cannabis space, and with just about a minute to go, have a quick look at ACB, which is down 20% today. That's 20%.
They all are. This is. Man, this is going to be a fun day. Yeah. Okay, I don't know if it's going to be that fun.
Well,
we're here to trade, so let's get rocking
already been fun.
And rolling here. It's going to be fun no matter what. I'm going to look at XOM to start the day off here. I would love to go short 39.60, 39.50. Oil is in the shitter today, down another 7%. Equity markets going to open up down 7%. It's going to be a fun one. On the bell today is our automotive expert, Randy Bucking.
Yes.
And I hope we had 80-cent gas in my neighborhood today, Randy. So good thing I filled up at $1.02 the other day.
I filled up at 88, and I'm like, I felt like a sucker. It's like, whatever. What can you do? But Randy, ready to ring that bell. We got lots of names to look at. Maybe
Randy's got a new Porsche apparently.
What?
So that's a nice one.
Oh,
give a thumbs
congratulations.
up. Congratulations. Porsche there, Randy.
Yes,
there you
go.
Said Randy must have been short all these stocks. 7,
6,
5, 4,
3,
2, 1. Let's hit that bell, Mr. Buckingham. We are open, or are we open? I don't know.
We are. We're above that. We're above that limit down level. We open at 25.60 on the ES, but moving immediately to the downside. So alert, 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 watch out. We are having a quiquick move to the downside on the futures here. So obviously the selling is starting to come in.
You're going to see an instant halt.
You're going to see that halt possibly come in about 100 points from here right now, just looking at the ES. Microsoft trying to make a move to the upside here. Bouncing, not trying. It is making a move. It's about to break the pre-market range 147.40. I mean, I don't know. It feels like, how do you not fade that, take at least one shot? But I got in trouble jumping in early last time.
Yeah, I think we all got in a lot of trouble last time getting in a little bit early. So I'm just going to wait here. I still want XOM to open up. Oil is bouncing a little bit.
Look at that bounce. Softy breaks out through the top. $5 move now in Microsoft from bottom to top here, with the futures barely even budging. Great, strong
finally
move
starting
on
to move up here, guys. Yeah, good shot. Okay, here we go. XOM now open. We'll look to see what this one wants to do. 39.70. I was looking for this breakdown below 39.50. It looks like we are rallying back up here in some of these names. You just mentioned Softy. That's a name that we love to look at as well. Apple, I sold some today, 258. It looks like we're going to rally right back to that level, so hopefully I'm not wrong. Getting some out of that. Wheat opens up down 10%. Most stocks right now, from what I can see, are 6, 7, 8%. So they're all kind of following the market, Neil.
Zoom is only down 4%.
Microsoft is not so bad.
Pops $3.50 right at the open. It's starting to come back in, but look, the volume's very light. Liquidity is super, super low on a stock like Zoom. So, just be a little bit careful. We're holding right now 25.60 on the ES, so we're well away from that little target range. Not well away, but a little bit away from that target range. Uber with a big bounce as well.
Yeah, I&O ripping up right now. We're at 11. We're long at 10.55, back to the day's high of 11.25 right now. So we're watching that one carefully as well. That's I&O, the only position I have
Codex is
long
flushing right now. If it breaks this 15, it could get very, very spicy to the downside. Codex has dropped 180. $1.80, a couple of legs here, 16 as well. So I'm looking at 16 level on a short trade on the Codex. See if we can't catch one of these little pops. Yeah, it's really starting to come down here.
Yeah, good look there. Thank you for that one. So we did get out of some of our I&O on that Codex flush. Again, a lot of these names, Neil, we talk about.
Yeah, they can be very, very related.
They'll follow each other.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm looking at that 16 level. I'm going to get my stop ready to go on Codex at that price. If we can't get a short in front of it, start something in the 15, 50, 60 range. I think it's worth taking a shot.
Yeah, okay. I'm definitely with you on everything so far today. Okay, I&O to the upside. I did want to look at Microsoft. It was only down 4%, Neil. So Microsoft, now down 5%. When I looked at it up here, we rallied all the way to 149. I don't know if that was true or not, but Microsoft now has an opportunity to get going here. So let's see what we can do on Microsoft.
Yeah, Codex just held that 15 pretty well there, so that's a pretty strong bounce. I'm looking at that next leg at 16. You want to see it fail, and that should be a good one. Tesla over there, Aqua, good look. I actually hadn't looked at Tesla yet, and immediately you are seeing that move to the downside. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, it's off of that 580. It's about $5 or $6, but you see this extension that it could make down to that 560 area if the futures really start to get going. Here comes 570. If that breaks, could open some floodgates.
Yeah, who really knows what we're dealing with right now? We did talk about that in the virus realm, and we don't know. So we're going to wait to see here how the market reacts to some of these plays here. I have Fannie Mae up. It's done 1 million shares. Not really much happening on that front, but I did want to call that up for you. I&O now, I did get some out on that flush there, Neil, but we still have 40%, and now it's gonzo. So I&O, that's the smiley one today. We are long right here, guys, at 10.55. So we like that name. I&O is now $1, $1.20, $1.30 now in the money. I&O rocking right now and rolling to the upside, guys.
Just watching a little bounce to the downside here on AMD as it made a top of 42.30. Watching this 42 level very, very closely. Actually didn't have borrows on Codex there, so tried to snag that one in front of 16. Gonna see if I can't get 1580 there. We're getting, look, we could come back down to that circuit breaker, so do watch out. We're getting pretty close to it. I did want that short to see if we can't get it below 1550, if I can actually get some locates on Codex.
Okay, yeah. So right now, I&O right now is $1.28 in the money. We're still trying to wait to see if we can rock and roll with that one. Brendan has another name. Let's
go. A
go.
little oncology name, guys, moving higher this morning. POAI, they announced positive data on one of their cancer treatments that they're having trial at the moment. Breaking to the upside here, already 70% for POAI, guys.
POAI.
POAI. And there was a bounce into that range that I liked on AAL, so I'm going to take my first shot on this one. I was talking about 1380 to 1430. We just turned around through that level, getting up to 1450. If we come to the south side, going to position an AAL to the short side, it was down 18% at one point. The ES getting pretty close to that 254.60.
Are we close to halt now?
Yeah, I mean we're not that far away from that little halt. So you're gonna want to make sure you watch out. I'm in my target range in AAL, so I feel at least a little bit comfortable with that. So we have that short on. We start the position at 1407. Tesla just absolutely rocket shipping to the downside. I'm sitting here trying to get shorts in Codex. And Tesla gets that nice break. Way to go, Aqua. You're the absolute man for catching that one at 77. 570 is holding pretty well, though, so I would watch out there. When that breaks, you're going to have a nice move down to that 560.
Yeah, good look. I&O there. Again, it was ripping up to 1180. We now do fall back down. So there it is.
And there it is.
I&O halts. Did everything halt?
Yeah,
everything.
we just hit the limit down. I actually just got into that American Airlines short right into our target range.
That'll be good.
Unable to add to the position at 14. We literally halted. I had an order to break on 15 when I got the 1407s. Look, Aqua, you got that 577, 570 breaks, and we talked about it.
Yeah, good look.
You can throw key levels out a little bit. The only thing support's good for, I think, is where do you get out on shorts? Where do you get out in front of? You got to take profits, right?
I don't know. I might go get a coffee.
Yeah, either way, almost done. The second coffee of the day. We're in our 15-minute halt.
Travel mug now.
Oh wow. Hey, man, give it a shout out. Give a shout out.
Oh yeah,
shout
OTC
out to Jeff
Markets.
right there.
What is it? OTCX. There you go. Little.
My wife uses mine.
Gus, why don't we, Emma, if we can get a mic to Gus now, because we have 15 minutes here.
Yeah, we'd love to hear the perspective of some people on the floor, but I know we have Brendan. Brendan has a little something for us, so we can kick it over to him.
Guys, just getting a note from our good friend Jeff Mendel over at OTC saying that he is available. So we're going to get Jeff probably hooked up here and on the show as well, get an update on OTC markets. But yeah, 15 minutes here, guys, on the halt.
Yeah, okay, so hey guys, how's it going? What'd you have for breakfast? And no, just, the market right now is the story. We can keep talking about that, but I&O is the only position I'm in right now to the long side at 1055.
All I got was
1080.
All I got was AAL. I think
there was some plan, though. I didn't want. We talked. Look, you and I both talked about this. We weren't putting maximum risk on. We knew the market was sort of going to halt. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to trade Microsoft up and down and Apple up and down.
And the crazy thing was, I saw the move up in Microsoft.
Yeah.
It got to that 150, and everything in there is saying it's worth a shot here to short that up to the $5 move to the upside.
I can't believe that it's real.
But at the same time, it's just like, look, I mean, if we don't trend towards that halt, it's like, what's going to happen to you there? We did talk about those halt levels, so worth noting. And I'm just going to say it because it's going to be important. We posted it before the show even started. The 13% down is 238.2. So you're going to watch out for that one next. Of course, we're in a 15-minute halt in the first one. That'll be about a 950 open. Brendan, what do you have?
Guys, just watching the Brazil market, we mentioned big move to the downside as well. A couple of things you can look at in the U.S., obviously, when it comes to Brazil, if you can't trade it directly. BRZU, this is a 3-time leveraged ETF. So be careful with this one, but 48% to the downside. That one obviously halted with the overall market. There's EWZ or EWZ as well. A couple of ETFs if you can't trade Brazil directly, but Brazil obviously still available, guys.
Right.
No, I'm just having a quick look at Petrobras, which it's halted. I mean, it's dual listed, so that makes sense to me there. A name that we were looking at, I know in the afternoon yesterday, IRBR, they trading. That looks like it's halted as well. So, I mean, a couple of names I quickly look at there. The bigger names are going to be intra-listed, so you're probably going to see corresponding halts. In Brazil, they actually have halts not just for volatility, but for volume spikes. So, you'll see guys jam large orders in, and that'll actually cause a halt. Imagine if they did that here in North America, that would be a serious problem.
Oh, man.
So, it looks like it's going to be a wild one. Thankfully, don't have a ton of risk on. I have a short that I'm comfortable with. Again, I had a target range that I liked, and I was not willing to short American Airlines unless it was in that range. So I was fortunate to get that price like seconds before we halted. So we got a little bit lucky there, I think.
Yeah, and we don't really know if we're lucky or not because remember
I don't know.
Yeah,
Last time
remember
it rallied.
last halt. And I know, look,
That's what you want to support a resistance level. So maybe when it opens back up, you have a shot to like have an exit point where some liquidity is there.
That's it. And I mean, we can tell people, look, you don't have many shares. I don't have many shares of INO. We're not putting big risk on here, guys. Even when it opens back up, like what levels are we going to be looking at here? Oil right now, just to give you guys.
I just want to answer a quick question.
Yeah, sure.
Acid Tooth, I love, first of all, love the name.
Acid Tooth, hello.
Love the name. But the way that those limits are going to be working is so you have a limit down 7%, 13%, and 20% intraday. Once it's past 3:25 Eastern time, only the 20% down limit is in effect. Upward, none of these matter. Overnight, it's 5% in either direction, and it just can't trade past that. Here, it's an actual 15-minute market-wide halt at 7%, 13%, and 20%. I'll pop those into the chat
13?
again. 13, like I said, was at 238.2 on the ES. So you're watching for those.
You know what? I have to adjust this.
CME website actually is going to have these if you just want to quickly look that up as well. But we'll keep giving those.
Before we have one of the traders from our floor, Gus, but I just want to go to my screen quickly. Thank you, guys. Good job. There's oil. So the market halts at 9:36. Oil was $30.62, and the evil laugh is coming because oil right now turns evil down to $30.
Yeah, NYMEX is still going.
Yeah,
here.
it's still going. Not all markets are closed here. This is an equity trigger. Gus, my friend, were you able to get into anything, or what was your plan for the morning?
I've been watching. The VIX is very high, 61. So I have to really manage my risk because
61.
of the amount of buying power and my shutdown. So I try to be very careful.
Yeah.
I call today Thundering Thursday.
Hey,
because the storm is on, baby.
The storm is on. All right.
And get ready to hit the short button. Who loves you, baby? Day trade the world.
Oh, yeah.
All right, there we go. Gus, and this is why we're on the floor. I've always said that maybe we do a reality show to go along with what we have.
You only really need Gus.
A lot of characters on the floor. Yeah, you need like me, you, Gus, Valeria, a few other traders. There, Brendan, well, some of our production team are characters as well. So that would be fun.
Yeah.
That would be fun. I think a reality show, we may be able to do that. But anyways, as we talk, oil continues. I'm going to keep my eye on oil, guys, here. Here's the oil chart. Oh, forgot something. The chat room will be open after the show.
Chat and trade after 12.
Trade is like our new segment.
Stay here.
Yeah.
You will see.
We'll be
live.
eating. We'll be eating lunch.
But we'll all be on the chat.
Snacks and eventually dinner. Because
Sean, Brennan, and I will all be on that chat
Valeria
throughout the afternoon. So we might not be sitting here with our faces there, but we'll be talking to you guys, telling you what kinds we're doing, what we're trading, what we're looking at,
oil,
and you'll see charts. And you get to hear from this man, Brendan Wiggins.
A couple of things to watch, guys. Gus mentioned the VIX there, very high. You can watch TVIX, an ETF up 36% today. Another one here, UVXY, 27% today. Obviously both halted, but have a look at the daily charts on both of those, and that kind of paints the picture as far as volatility is concerned. So TVIX, UVXY, both good tools to have a look at for volatility, guys.
Okay, and you know what? We have to respect this man because he's called in very often when we've had, market turmoil, a few things to talk about. I've already talked about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. I've taken trades in them already today using OTC Link. They give a rebate. They're one of the best markets out there if you're trying to get fills.
Today.
The OTCX is a great one. So let's welcome, without any further ado, Jeff. How are you, my friend?
Hey guys, good morning. It's crazy, but we are currently in halt until approximately 9:50 a.m.
Right. Okay.
After the market dropped the 7%, we followed the listed exchanges halt procedures for 15 minutes. So guys, everything's going crazy right now. I have GBTC down over 20%.
Yep.
10 cent down a few points. I think the things to look at right now is, the Bitcoin market stays open during these halts, right? And so GBTC is definitely going to be out of line from when we halted. So definitely keep an eye on that for when things get back up and running at 9:50. that, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. I mean, anything you guys want to trade today, it's going to move around. So, like I said, just keep an eye out there. But thanks again for letting me come on.
Have you noticed, Jeff, any unique names other than that on your radar? I mean, I know obviously 10 cent is a mover. Look, the emerging markets, India's down 8% today. Most of the European names. So
what about some of these ADRs?
Yeah,
like,
I
is
would
there anything,
suggest to our users,
anything sticking out?
Roche, Adidas, anything else sticking out in your playbook there?
I mean, it's not like this isn't really following any sector, right? I mean, everything's down. You know, there's some sectors that are down more than others. So it's just across the board, right? Whatever you feel, whatever you were trading locally over in Europe, all this morning, take a look at it over here, especially from now until 11:30, when there's market overlap. Then after 11:32, when Europe shuts down, right, guys? I mean, like I said, if you're comfortable and you've been looking at it all day, you might as well continue on into your evening or wherever you may be in the world trading right now.
So we have Mark Roberts coming on from Catone & Company. He's a senior sales trader there on the floor of the NYSE. I was speaking to you personally on the phone yesterday, and you mentioned that, of course, you guys were shut down over there at OTCX, not shut down in the way of the market, but a lot of the employees are now working from home. Is that something that now your boots to the ground there, obviously in New York, is that sort of where we're going now? Are a lot of the colleagues that you know, Jeff, now working from home? Do you expect a floor-wide shutdown? We know the CME today is no floor brokers at all at the CME. They're only using Globex. Do you expect something like that coming in your area there, New York? Obviously, that would be a big thing that we could tell our viewers if there's anything you're hearing.
And what might it do to liquidity and volumes?
I don't think it's going to do anything to liquidity and volume, right? We are totally set up.
Yeah.
We are totally set up to handle this, right? I mean, we have the supplies here at the office for essential personnel. Everyone else, though, I'd say 90% of our company is already working from home.
Okay.
The same thing goes with all these trade desks, right? Whether they are setting up shop at the hotel downstairs in their building, right? Everyone is ready to do this, right? And I think that a lot of that is in part to do with all the preparation that we actually put in before something like this happens. Now we're just actually putting it into action, right? And so it's working. Everything is going relatively smooth for all of this volatility. So like I said, stay tuned. But yeah, I think we're going to see more closures or more work from home type things, right? Look at the NBA last night. They're ending their season. The March Madness, which is huge down here, right? No fans at games, right? It's going to affect things like that as well, too, right? And so for all the people that are working in our industry or wherever they may be doing, right? I think it's bound to happen.
I mean, honestly, people want to hear that the expectation is liquidity should be fine, systems will be up and good. This is what traders need to certainly hear because we're going to be trading through these times. That's the reality.
Exactly right. And so, I'd love to say that we're approaching a bottom. I don't know, but we'll be here for if the market continues to go down, or when we reach that point where it's the perfect time to start buying, right? So,
Jeff, can you just give us that exact time again? 10:50. No, when we're opening back. I mean
approximately 9:50. We're going to allow quoting again. So in a couple minutes, guys. So actually, let me jump here because I got to get back out in the trade.
No, we'll let you go.
Thank you so much for wrapping that up, Jeff Mendel. Everybody, OTC Markets, always great to have your insight, and nice to have boots on the ground there. Someone so close to everything. Jeff, thank you for being a continued friend.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. Okay. So there you go. Okay, the Toronto Stock Exchange now halted. Holy shit. 9.2% over there in Toronto. That's giving me a heart attack. But yeah, 9.2%.
I don't even know if I
over
want
there
to go
in Toronto. That market has now been halted as well as of 9:46. We should have actually. We have access to all the markets.
Enbridge is at 38.50 there. I don't know if you're looking at some of the banks there.
It's been so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at about a couple of minutes until we get that open. I mean, it could be a few seconds after one direction or the other. So you're just going to want to watch out. Now, for me, I'm going to be glued because if you're in a position right now, monitor it closely. You got that Tesla short there. You never know what's going to happen when we open back up. So be locked and loaded. Have expectations. If we open outside of my target range, if we're above 14.50 on the AL, I'm just going to get out of it right away.
Watch out.
Brendan, what do you have there?
I just want to mention, guys, Europe obviously still open and trading stock in Europe here. CS, which is AXA, 13%, huge flush off the open once U.S. equities got going there and then obviously halted. France coming out just pledging more in support as far as financial aid goes for the coronavirus fight, guys.
Thanks a lot there, Brendan. And again, with just about a minute to go, I mean, you talked about, look, if we're going to catch a bounce, let's just say if that's going to happen. We saw what happened in Softy right before. There was a big move to the upside. You saw
maybe Microsoft's the one to trade.
You also saw some weakness over there in Tesla. I'm looking at that target range. For me, I'm short in AAL. So you're looking for some names in case we catch a big bounce. Back through that halt price, if we open lower, then back through was that key point on Mondays when we got back to the that first halt level. But the overnight halt level is going to be key as well. So that's at 2601. If you ever get there, that was a fantastic shorting opportunity in front of 2601. So whether you want to express that in some equity names or maybe you want to jump right into the futures or the SPY, I think that's going to be a good trade. It was only good the first time, however. The second time you had to let it crush through, and then when it came back in was a good trade. So we're looking at 9:50 and 41 seconds to be precise, because Brendan is always precise.
Are you not entertained?
And 41 seconds. Way to go, Brendan.
Yeah, good job. Okay, here we go, guys. 40 seconds. Yeah, I did that Rasmus there. I brought it up from Gladiator there, so we did that, and we don't have any really gladiators. But right now, guys,
Sean Decimus Meridius.
Yeah. Right now we'll put on our glasses and get a little psychedelic on this market.
Well, you're gonna have to smoke a lot to get some recovery in ACB, which got to 23% down in Toronto.
They're gonna need everyone getting high as
23.
To make this money back. ACB down 25%.
Okay, we're ready to go here.
CGC down. I mean, I'm getting ready to go. I'm locked and loaded. I want to look at Softy. You have AAL. I have INO, but
I got no choice but to be looking at
INO. Not worried about INO right now. Just small amount of position on that one, about 100 shares. Okay,
yeah, we're opening back up basically flat on this AAL position. So I'm going to have my stop through that top just to make sure we don't get blown away.
Yeah, we went short Microsoft there, 143.07. Let's see if we break down again. I think there's more downside, obviously, in this market, so we're going to wait to see if that exactly is the truth.
Tesla opens up below that 570, so 565 we're trading at right now. You know, SPY basically trying to make a little bit of a bounce.
Microsoft trying to make a bounce as well. We're short right now, but bounce no more, my friend. Here we go. Microsoft straight to the downside. We are short now, 37 cents in the money. 147 right now. We take that short on Mr. Softy. 47 cents in the money. 143.07. We are now short. It's at 142.50, guys.
Yeah, looking at AMD, just tried to make its bottom here at 41.30. Does not get to a Tesla 560. We're about to break to the downside. So market be coming down. I know NEO was under pressure as well, so watch out for the 560 on the bid on Tesla. Looks like that's about to go any second. Attaboy Aqua. Hope you got some of that trade still on. AAL holding nicely for us in our target range, 14.07. We still have that short on as I'm looking at
guys, you want to talk about
2,500. Wow, 2,500 we're about to hit.
Guys, I hope you have this with me as well. Neil and I both booming this right now. There's a dollar plus on Microsoft. We go to the short side, everything falling down as expected, right? Microsoft downside right now. We are short 143.07. Here's the print right off the open. Catch me outside on this one. $1.20. We continue to go downside, Neil. Let's go.
Yeah, wow. You're looking at XOM here. Actually has not opened up yet. So remember Disney on Monday, was slow to open. I got AMD at 65. It's headed down towards 41 even right now. So we're halfway there. That short's coming in. 2,500. We just tried to bounce off on the ES.
We still
but XOM, I'm sitting here waiting for this stock to open. Maybe I got to try another energy name.
Yeah, XOM still not open yet. Okay,
remember that happened at Disney, so it's not completely unexpected. I might take some profits off here on AMD if we can quickly get a quick 40 cent win. We'll floss it off. XOM just opened up.
Let's go.
And whoa, that's not a real opening range. I didn't see it print up to $40. Dollar range in a split second there. Brennan, what do you have?
A lot of ETFs, guys, just going absolutely crazy right now. Another one here for the Dow. UDow follows the Dow index, obviously. Huge move to the downside as well. Just fell $2.50 on that reopen, guys.
$2.50, okay. These are big moves, man. We're almost out of Microsoft. We get out there at the bottom, 141.90. So that was a pretty sweet.
Yeah, here comes 41.50, 550 on Tesla about to break, and there goes 2,500. Bye-bye. That's come and gone. NQ's down through 73.50. Forget about it. I just have a couple of shorts on American Airlines and AMD. I was looking at that XOM, and look, if I see that wick up to 40, psychs you out. 39s, now 38.76, 7.5% to the downside. So we're going to hold on to these shorts until the market turns. I'm loving your Tesla trade there. Let me know, Aqua, if you're still holding on to that puppy. 577. Wow, what a great look. That 570 break, that was great, but it broke right there. You had to take that right before the halt. That was a perfect entry.
Everything is broken, guys. Yeah. No, this market just keeps falling.
Down 9%.
We don't need to talk about this. The market. Okay, so Microsoft coming back. We did take that $1.50, $1.40 off there. We're still holding the short. We do like this name to the short side. Obviously, I don't need to keep telling you about the shorts. So right now, we're looking at more. What is up with XOM here? Is there anything else you guys are trading? Great trade on that Tesla. We talked about that XOM. Yeah, to the downside again. 38. Wow, that stock opened up. I was looking at 39.50 before the close. You're now down another $1 on XOM, guys.
And there's that ridiculous flush in Codex. You got to be kidding me. This was the short that I wanted pre-halt. It was in front of 16. I did not get the locates, and this is what happens to you. You don't get the locates. You don't have this position on. 13.20 it's sitting at. That's a $2.50 win. It's really not. It is what it is, but I think we're ready for Brennan.
Some of the travel stocks, guys, coming back to the downside, even with the market kind of bouncing here. Norwegian Cruise Line here, straight to the downside since the reopen, tested 12 and just broke 11, guys.
I just jumped into some more shares of American, basically holding steady. So it hasn't really given a secondary flush in this 14 range. I talked about the liquidity in that target area between 1385 and 1430. So for the time being, it's holding. I'm looking at this Codex, and I mean, at some point, it's going to catch a bit of a bounce. 50% retracement is going to give you, I don't know, somewhere in around that 1450 mark. And it's not anywhere near looking like it wants to do that. I'm considering a reload in AMD, but the way we're bouncing here in the ES or the NQ, 74.20, we just got 70 handle bounce, 80 handle, sorry.
Nice. Yeah, nice little bounce here happening as we look through the marketplace right now. Microsoft up to 145. So let's look to obviously maybe get some more long here on some of these names and just take these markets out, guys, right now.
Yeah, just quickly looking at the banks here. JPM with a big bounce off the bottom back to $89. A name that we like, sure, we'll look at Nike in a second. But JPM, we break this 89 and we have any kind of continued move to the upside. Wow, this could be very, very spicy.
Yeah, we do like JPM. I love JPM to the long side for sure. Okay, just looking out here at some of these other positions. Microsoft coming back up to touch that 146 level. This may be a decent spot if you're not in right now to look for some shorts. Nice little market move up here. ES still down 7.5%. We did get down to 2,500 there before now bouncing a few 30 handles right now, guys.
Yeah, and quickly looking, got that order ready to go. Let's see what happens with JPM. It's trying to take out this 89 as we speak. It's just teetering. You could always fade it with a tight stop here and then reverse to the long. Again, I'm not really going to be doing that. We still have some of that AMD, which is basically back to break even. So we are seeing a big move. And as AMD hits break even, we'll get out of that. We did take that out on the way down in front of 41. We'll take the rest out at about break even. Valeria, I believe, has something.
What's up,
Chat Maestra.
Thanks, guys, and hey, everyone. What's going on? No comments, only emotions. Market was halted for 15 minutes. It was level 1 halt. So, guys, write in the comments, do you think it's going to be level 2 or maybe level 3 halt? But besides that, we have a great news for you. Well, a lot of you were asking us, why would your show run for the whole trading day from 9:30 to 4 p.m. Eastern Time? Well, we heard you, and now we'll do that. Actual show will be still until 12 p.m., but live chat will be for the whole trading day, so we can trade till the close together, discuss that, and guys will be there, I'll be there, so stay tuned. Back to you guys.
Good call.
Thank you very much, Valeria. It looks like we're going to get triggered out of American Airlines. That 1450 goes. The market coming back, 7,500 on the NQ. We grabbed the long over in JPM. That one's heading to northbound, back above 570 in Tesla. So you are seeing a move to
we got
the
a huge
upside,
move
back
here on Microsoft.
to the upside.
Yeah, we got a huge move here on Softy, guys. We went long 145.50, and we are now nicely in the money. There it is, $1.40 winner right there, punching us in the face. We're long 145.60 right now. This is a $2 winner on Mr. Softy. Let's go, guys. Wow. Brendan.
Some of the railroads, guys, showing a little bit of strength here. UNP immediately to the upside here from 127 all the way up to 133 now. $5 move for UNP, guys.
So go figure, reversing to the upside and some of even the airlines. Apple has not taken out that top yet, 258. So alert to that level if you are watching Apple, still down 7%. But if it can take out that, then you get a breakthrough. JPM got 90s here. It just broke above 89 even, so 88.90 that is, excuse me. But Tesla, all the way back to that 580. What a bounce off of the bottom. Again, the reverse to the long now in American and over there in JPM. Tesla, Aqua, let us know. Hope you got out of there. The quick move to the upside as we're back approaching that 2600. And again, I'll try fading in front of it if I get a shot. But here comes JPM, about 70 pennies in the money. Actually, check that, 80 cents in the money now. We'll take a little bit of that out. Again, I talked about what I like to the long side. It was going to be JP Morgan for the time being. I'm also looking at that Apple level. You can see that on my screen right now.
Yeah, explode the money right now. That's a great 80-cent win, JP Morgan. We love that name. We love Microsoft. I like Microsoft even more now. 147. This is a $2 winner. We've just been cashing this out, guys. So we take some money on the short side, and now we go long right now in the money beautifully on Microsoft. $2. We're taking more out right there. Who knows where the top is? Do we get back to this 150? We're long 145.60 right now. Hit the confetti. This has been a nice morning considering we need the volatility, and thank God it is here, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going to quickly, charts crash, but I'm going to load them back up. JP Morgan, $1.50 in the money now. We did take some profits off here. I still am holding on to a quarter of the position is well, there you go. Let's go charts. Come on, load back up. You can see we just topped out shy of the pre-market high in front of that, right at 90 even area. So, you know, we're still in the money over $1, but we're turning back around. I talked about that short in front of 2600, that overnight halt level. Doesn't even give it to you. We got about 15 to 17 handles away. I have to check to see how close we got, but not nearly in my target range. We bounced right off it. That was a great short on Monday. It looks like it was a great turnaround point again.
Yeah, the market coming a little bit back here. We dump it. Now we only have 10% of our Microsoft left. So that's a chicken dinner no matter which way you look at that. Still $1 plus in the money right now on Mr. Softy. So I've traded Softy, Fannie Mae today, INO today. And here we go. The market coming back in a little bit here, but we are ready for Brendan at the big screen.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock already. Let's have a look at markets that are bouncing big time here. About 5 minutes ago, the Dow hit 9%. We're already back to 7.3%. So big time bounces right across the board. Still 6.5% for the S&P. Down here, the NASDAQ about the same 6.5% as well. The Russell 6% still in negative territory for small caps. Yeah, we mentioned the TSX did reopen. They're going to show you a couple of energy stocks, all about energy stocks here in Toronto. 9.8% still for the TSX in negative territory. Another bad day for Brazil, 11% to the downside here. 9,900 points coming off the index. It's 75,000, but I mean, huge moves right across the board. Baytex Energy here gapping to the downside this morning. You can see still 12%. Again, we did reopen there, back to the upside for BTE. This thing's 50 cents. BTE 50 cents now, guys. Cenovus, big move to the downside again today as well. Halted, reopened. Look at that. Can't even bounce off 350. 350, a huge level down there for Cenovus. Enbridge, one of the bigger ones as well, to the downside. 12% still in negative territory here. This one trying to hold 37 but struggling after the halt as well. So if you're trading here in Toronto, you want to look at energy stocks still providing most of the weakness. Big time negativity, guys. Back over to you.
Big time negativity is a bit of an understatement. Just looking at Tesla, it topped out there at 588, 587, 588. Market coming back in a little bit, and Tesla hasn't really come as far. I mean, JPM's holding up pretty well at 90 even, so $1, $30.40 in the money. I have a trail there to make sure we're locking a buck on that one. Trying to hold above 90. I think if we can do that and we take a run at that 2600, I like that 2600 to be able to get out. Tesla coming back in, and I want to take a shot here, shorting this one on the way back down. If we get a chance, a market coming back shy of that 2600 level. So, you know, kind of thought that we'd have a test of it. We failed quite shy of that. I think if we go to the downside, I mean, Tesla should revisit that 570 at least.
Yeah, we're still holding on to that 10% of our Softy right now as well. So that's moving around just a little bit here for us, and that is Microsoft. Yes, Aqua, me and Microsoft go way back, so a big love affair there. We'll continue to trade that one for you guys.
He loves them.
It's coming back down. You know what? I'm going to drop this one. actually, I'll wait till about 145, 144.50 before we take this and take a dollar hit on the last 10% if that does come.
Yeah, I feel like, that trailing stop that I threw in there on JPM could come into play. Tesla now back down to 575, so we did drop into that one at 81s. We're in the money about $6 here, but if we can follow through in the futures, obviously you think you can get a better move than that to the downside. I am watching JPM hold pretty steadily here. And I feel like, this 90 even area feels like a good target for me. Ultimately, I did expect us to turn around at that top. We have done it. JPM, the only reason I'm still long is because of how well it held up in this little pullback.
Yes, JP Morgan, obviously a great little stock there for everybody to trade. We love JP Morgan, but there are some more things moving, of course. Facebook down to 160. Let us know, guys. Hit us up on this chat. Let us know what you're trading. Valeria's sitting there waiting as well. Tweet us. Hit us up on the chat. Follow us on Instagram. Everywhere we do come with Mark Roberts at 11:20 right now.
That should be a hot fire when he comes in here. I'd love to see that perspective from the floor,
yes,
where all of this action is certainly taking place.
Exactly. That's exactly the thing. Mark Roberts coming through right now. Okay, Facebook 160. Looking for that to drop through. Microsoft is almost near our kill spot right now as well, Neil. So we're looking for that to do some damage here. 144.50. It looks like we're going to break, and we'll get there. We go. We get out of Microsoft right there.
There's the flush.
Winner, but here's the flush.
There's the flush coming in. Tesla head back down around to that VWAP there. So you talk about the market coming back in. Tesla was holding the top end of the range. Now it's coming back in here. For me, if you watch me trade Tesla, I tend to usually scalp it. We're going to see if we can't take it out. There goes my trailing stop. We talked about in JPM. We wanted to lock in that dollar worth of profit, make sure we don't make any less than that. There you go. It just triggered.
Nice. Good job on the trailing stop there. And
that's are you kidding me? Tesla just bounced off of my order?
Thing. Microsoft bouncing right now to the top side as well. So we're going to try to find out what's wrong here. Brendan, though, nothing wrong with him.
We're talking about Boeing a little bit in the pre-market there, guys. Still very, very weak on the day. Right back to these halt levels from right off the bat this morning where the market's trying to hold higher here. So big-time negativity still around BA, guys.
BA, okay.
Yeah, Boeing, we're definitely going to be having a quick second look there at Boeing. Interesting thing that happened in Tesla. You can see my order. It looks like I put that in with plenty of time. Not sure why we didn't get filled. Bounced through. We'll check our gateway to make sure we're doing that. But I might take a couple of bucks less than I wanted as it's now bounced back to the upside. So, I feel like that's a little bit unfortunate at least. But there's not too much you can do about it. The market's still heading southbound. We'll take that one off. Again, it should have been about $8 there. I'm not sure why I didn't get that fill. We got about $4.50. Not as much as I would have liked. I want to jump back to United because it's back. UAL back to the downside. And look at this one. UAL withstands that move to the opening range and definitely looking weaker than American Airlines.
Okay, right now American Airlines,
oh my God,
UAL. Brendan came to us with Boeing here. Let's take a quick look at that as we watch the quotes of Boeing fly around now. 158.70 coming to the downside right now. Wow, it got as high as 169. That's kind of a surprise there. But now we're obviously fading back in. The ES still down that 7% now. NQ's oil battling back up to $31. So if you're looking to trade something oil name-wise, USO is not horrible. USO touches down 644 up to 652 right now. Let's check out on some XOM names as well as we go. Aqua Bramos, weekly charts. We'll take a look at those
week
soon. $40
for sure. And I know I haven't looked at Nike today. A little bit busy looking at Tesla and JPM on bounce plays. Well, no, when we bounced to the upside there, I was looking for some of the long plays and sort of got away from a name that I thought was weak. But look at this move. And all the way back to this nice little 77 level. I think if you think we're continuing to go southbound, that's a pretty tight stop if you want to use 77. The top end of the range is 78. It's actually looking pretty solid to me in terms of a risk reward to jump back into this one. Brendan, what do you got for us?
You guys mentioned some of the airlines there, AAL, UAL. Have a look at this one as well. JetBlue here, JBLU, 8%, holding up a little bit better than the rest right now. Just had a pullback there to 12, and looks like it's trying to hold 12 as support at the moment, guys.
All right, we're going to go short. I go short XOM right now. Yeah, JetBlue. A lot of these airlines going to be in problem territory there. We talked about UAL, AAL. XOM, we go short now. 40s breaking that level. We do have a VWAP up here at 36.37. I'm going to hold this all the way back to $40. That's been the high. I think we got a good one here. And it instantly goes 10 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can't get some more on this play. XOM to the downside right now. We go short XOM, and hopefully this stock will fail along with oil today.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely. Just had a quick look and we got into that Nike trade. You know, you have that 77 level, so we do like that. I was just checking back over in on AMD, which we did have a successful short. It's back at that same 42 even area as the futures are sliding back to the downside.
Yes,
so
we're
going to test a short out, building in Nike, and we're going to try something in AMD as well at this 42.
Yes, and I say wow there to XOM because, ho-hum, there's a 30-penny winner. We just take that for you guys right there. In at 30 and at 40, out here 11. So there's a nice little winner for you on XOM. A quick 30 pennies, XOM. Following, did I say 30 pennies? Here's 40 pennies right now. Breaking through 39. XOM, your boys got this one. Just gave that to you 2 seconds ago. 39, 40, all the way down, breaking through 39, guys. Let's take this one to the bank. XOM.
Yeah, and AMD right at that 42. Failed to break through that price. Back down on AAL. It's back below that 1450 area, so watch out for this one. The market trying to get back to that bottom. Remember, we bounced at 2,500 on the ES, so you're going to want to see if we can't hold that level. The NQ holding up somewhat nicely at 74.50, but that's a good one. We just got in my ear. Ready for our upgrades and downgrades, but described as mainly downgrades.
Yeah,
Let's go
I
to
guess
Brendan.
so.
Yeah, not really going to matter if a stock gets an upgrade on a day like today, but we'll have a look at some of these names anyways. I want to mention this one, Akamai, almost back to positive territory. That's really the only one, though, top to bottom on this side, doing anything worth mentioning. Akamai almost back to break even, but everything else very negative, obviously. All the travel names are outside of Seagate. All the travel names getting downgraded today, right across the board, including Disney here, obviously, with resorts. 11% today for your Disney, Sean, to the downside. Hilton, 10%. MGM Resorts, 11%. Seagate, outside of that group, obviously, but 6% anyways for Seagate to the downside. Here's Disney, big flush. That is a picture of weakness. Markets bouncing. This one, not so much. Basically sitting here at day lows for Disney. Another one to have a look at, MGM. Look at that, making day lows as we speak for some of the casinos at the moment, guys. I mean, as we said, mostly downgrades, or mostly red anyways today. Back to you.
The money right about that on XOM, guys. 55 cents in the money. We just short that one. It breaks down below 39, so money coming in right now if you're an XOM trader. Straight to the downside. Hopefully you guys were able to catch that with us. Take it out if you want, but this is a 50-cent winner right now. Well, it was. Now it's 40-cent winner on XOM. Good little trade there. If you guys like that one, you know, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're back every single day. So far, $2 winner on Microsoft, and here's another 40 cents on XOM. Check our trades below.
Market coming right back up here as we're bouncing towards 7,500. JPM making a nice little bottom back at that 89 level that we like. So we're going to slip out of shorts in AMD. Forget about that 42. JPM to the long side here on that 89 break. It's already up to that 89.40. I think we retest that 90 where we turn around. That's the first target out. And remember, you're looking at that top, that overnight halt level, that 2,600. So you want to see if we can get to it. If we break through, you could get a nice little breakout trade. But I'm going to try the short in front of it, try to get as tight a stop as possible. Maybe something in the 90s if you're looking at the ES.
Yeah, the ES, we definitely are looking at that right now, down 7.18%. Let's go everything. Yeah, good little look here. We could be bouncing back off. I'm going to have another look once again. I do love JP Morgan. I got to buy more of that stock as well. What is this? 144.60. So we're going to check out Microsoft here, breaking through 144.60. Let's take that long. That's these little prices right up here, all these little wicks up here. 144.60. We're going to go long Microsoft if that one comes through.
Yeah, quickly found a little bit of a resistance halfway through our 89 target. We take some out of JP Morgan and hang on to the rest. You do have that upside play at 90 if it wants to break. For me, we'll dip out of it and look to get back in on a break of 90 even. But there we go. It breaks 90, and we're going to jump back into. Look, we get into position in front of it. It doesn't even hold or pull back. You jump back in on the even break. So you take 50, you take 80, you jump back into the long side. We're headed back northbound here, it looks like.
Yeah, look at Softy. We just take that one. Welcome to 70 cents. I just gave these trades to you guys. I hope you guys are taking these with Neil and I. We're making quick money here. I'm in and out of Softy right there. You take that 70 cents, and we're still holding a little bit, but you get in and out of that trade right away, man. Play the volatility, upside or downside. There's winners everywhere in this market, guys. I hope you're catching these with us, and I hope you enjoy the show. Let us know in the comments here. I know Valeria's been kicking around. Brendan's been giving us the names. We have Mark Roberts at 11:20 live from NYSE. This is going to even get better.
Yeah, and that Nike, we like that one to the south side, so we do continue continue that short position. Just added it to 60 range here. So 21s is our short. If we flush, look, I'm talking about 75. I think that's where we can definitely head down to. It's going to be a good one. It's down 10% on the session. Just watch out. If the floodgates open up through this 75, 60 area, it's going to really, really start to flood to the downside. So lots of room to run here. We're in the money about 50 pennies on this. I should probably take a quarter off in front of that support level. I mean, it's sort of holding steady. We have 75% of our position we can still have below that. So there we go. We take a little bit off and we'll drop some fireworks. And then if we get any kind of a sustained move, take some more out in front of 75. If we get down to that 2,500, we're looking at 74 is the next stop. But Brendan, I believe,
he's ready.
Another name, guys, not bouncing. We mentioned this one yesterday. CopyGen, CGen down again today, 34%. They had a share offering as well this morning. $8 was the level that held as resistance. Yeah, not good for CGen, guys.
Yeah, not good at all.
CGen there. Yuck.
Okay, Microsoft trying to get going here. 144. Again, we're long 144.60. Here it comes right back up to that top side again. So Microsoft running for us now back into the money. But this has been, we did get out on the 50 break or on the 25 break there, but we're going to wait to see if it breaks through 144 again. Then we'll just get out of this one for that 60 penny loser. But we did take 80% off up here for an 80-cent winner, but we're going to wait to see if this can keep going to the top side.
Yeah, love that that Delta short. Great. I mean, I'm not sure what price you got there, Monday, but a nice little move to the downside, breaking that 38. You can see where we were top at that halt. 38.50, certainly a key level there. I'm just working with that JPM reload. We already took some at 89. We added back at 90, so that's back in the money for us. Two trades there, a couple of scalps. We'll see if we can't get a secondary move. Nike comes back, and this is why you take profit off in front of that level. It has to break that 65 if it wants to go, so you take a quarter off, and we can rinse and repeat. We're working with that 77 area at the top, so if we want to be reloading in front of it, I have a long in case on that JPM. I'm also having a quick look here at AMD. Which is holding at that 41.80 to 42 level pretty steadily. But JPM moving to the upside. We'll take some profits at the 50 mark and see if we can't get that clean buck as usual. Yeah,
let's keep going, guys, as much as we possibly can. Bitcoin right now down 25% today. Okay, here goes Microsoft, 144.60. We have an order out at 145.47 to see if we can't capture again about 80 cents. I like to get out in front of that 50. There's a VWAP right there as well. So once again, guys, we will. And there it is. Microsoft, $1 in the money. We don't want to get slaughtered here, so we take some of that out. Right now, Microsoft long 144.62. Let's go.
Yeah, and the same thing is going to be moving to the upside. Nike barely moving, which we love. That's what you like to see in weak names. JPM about to take this little top off. It's fresh highs, at least from the open here. Come on, we just take profits at 50s. It's continuing to move up. We started this position at 89. We get out. We add back in at 90. It's continuing to make a fresh run. You have a target here, and I think that 2,600 should be it. Brendan, what do you have for us?
Another little virus name, guys, holding up pretty strongly here. APT still at this 15 level. It's come up here a couple of times and kind of banging its head against 15, which was support in the pre-market. But Alpha Pro Tech among the leaders in the virus group, guys.
APT, that's a good name. In my eye, I know I got blown out. But who cares? Because right now, Microsoft is $1.20 in the money. Let's go back to I&O. APT is a great name. We'll look at that one. I&O, we did get blown out when it broke that 950. Goes all the way down to 880, but I'm not worried about those stocks right this second. APT, great look there. I believe that's on NYSE American, and yes, it is. Here we go, 28% now. Great little call there off that bottom, 1280, straight to the moon. Here goes APT. Good call, Brendan. That's why he's here, guys, getting these names. Any other names you guys want us to look at? Hit us up right now. Microsoft still that $1 in the money, though, guys.
Yeah, that quick little pullback there, and this is why you take some profits off. We get out at literally 90.47. We get as high, maybe 12 pennies higher on JP Morgan before coming back in. Of course, that means our Nike is going to be back in the money. This is why you have some relative strength and weakness. So you have a name that you like to the short side in a target range. I'm going to take this JPM out now flat the last half. I think we'll get an opportunity to get back into it. So we're now just holding short in Nike. That one's working for us back below that 76 area. I do want to jump over. I don't know if you're still holding that XOM position.
Yes, I am.
There's Sean, but there you go.
57,
to the downside goes XOM. We're starting to slide back down. Nike approaching that level again. I'm going to hold through. If we break that 65, I think the floodgates open up. XOM getting rather close to that bottom. Brendan, what do you got?
Another pharmaceutical name, Mankind, guys, holding up quite nicely here. Only 5% for Mankind. Just retook $1 there on big time volume. Coming back up to about 110 to 120, going going to be an interesting level. MNKD, very strong, guys.
Thanks for bringing that position up there on XOM, Neil. I still am short this 39.50. Well, it's 39.40. We hit that for you guys. This low, Neil, I don't know if you're talking about this exact low, but 38.40. I don't know if it gets to that. We'll watch to see. Oil bouncing around $31 right now. XOM, I did take half of that out for 30 pennies, but yes, we are now 50 plus pennies in the money. Microsoft still 50 pennies in the money. I'm just going to hold this until back about break even, 144.65. Actually, we'll hold it all the way down to 144 again. We've already cleaned up Microsoft today, so we'll give it a little bit of room.
Yeah, Nike holds a little bit at that 75.60 level, so I will take another leg off on that trade. So you take about 75 pennies on that, hold the other half of the trade. And again, this is the floodgates we like to open up.
Yeah.
If we continue that move, we've got the second half. We're positioned nicely. We've covered that JPM basically flat. It's now still holding at that same 90 even area, so no need to get back into it just yet. I'm looking at this flush. We're $1 in the money on Nike. Looks like a couple of days in a row this is going to work out very well for us. It's now down that 10%. Remember, these names will be SSR.
Yes.
A lot of names are going to be short sell restricted. So you do have to watch out for that if you want to aggressively get in. This is why. Well, we've been talking
depending
about
on the space.
We've been talking about targeted ranges. So you had a range that you
Disney,
could fade into on the way up on something like a Nike, and was the same thing with American Airlines as well. If you're looking for that short, but if it's 75 breaks. We'll see if we can't take some out for $1.20 or so in front and hold the rest for the real flush.
Yeah, Disney, the real flush, Disney all the way down. I just want to have a quick look at that one as well. Brendan gave us that name down 11, now down 9.5%, but was down 11, 12% at the bottom, 93.50. Can we get some value down there again?
I'll go arrows down here. It's $1.23 or so it looks like there on that next leg of Nike. We still have a quarter of this one left. Look, if we can, I'm not talking about the lows because obviously post-halt is a different story.
Yep.
So we're looking at about 74 as a target. If you watch what the futures are doing, because it's going to matter, and you have to be careful here.
Be there. You got to
look at how nice. I mean, I don't want to say nicely because we're down 6% on the NQ, but holding 7,500 at least decently well here. And it's the same thing happening in the ES at 25.50. We're not really getting that second leg. So as I see here, Nike bouncing off of that 75. This is why you take profits out.
Right.
You can hold a core position, but you got to be making some of that money in the midst and working your position.
I like that, in the midst. Yes. We are going to be holding some core positions here. That's why we hold this XOM, and Neil's right about that one. Maybe we get back down to the 38.40 level. There's a 70-cent winner. We are holding on to our Microsoft for dear life, really. This one could fade right back in. We'll get out on a 144 break. This has been a great stock. I have 10% of the position right now, so not much happening for myself right now in Microsoft, but we're going to wait for
time is seriously flying, and it is already time for our small cap recap. I haven't really looked at them since that open. Good timing to have Brendan cover those names.
Or virus stock recap, whatever you want to call it. Let's have a look at a few of these virus-related names today, guys. INO I want to start with here, still up almost 20%, 19% here. It came up to about 11.20, 11.30 there and reversed. Looking at the moment like it might want to roll over and die here as well. This thing's up significantly. Watch 850. 8 was the low there in the pre-market for INO, starting to look a little bit relatively weak as far as this group is concerned. AYTU, yeah. That was one of the craziest ones 2 days ago, and then again yesterday. This one had the share offering in the pre-market. We talked about $2 down to $1.35. All in a straight line there on that share offering. Held 135, bouncing back to the upside. But watch if we get back towards 2 there. AYTU might be a good one to have a look at for a short opportunity. And the other one, obviously, INO we talked about. Just wanted to make sure that didn't break 980 there. I did put another one. Yeah, MMed. Wanted to check on MindMed here, our good friends from last week. Doing quite well, actually. If you think about the overall move in the market, MMed still kind of holding this 42-cent level. Down on the day, yes, but not getting crushed. Guys, back over to you.
Just missed it. Valeria brought us new coffees, so thank you so much to Valeria for that one. Thank you so much. Carol,
Google. I mean, there's a lot of names that we haven't looked at. We love you guys throwing names into the chat that maybe we haven't covered yet. Yep. Dax watching a press conference by the Dutch government. So there you go, all across the world. You know what? Look, we want to know where you guys are from, where are you trading from, where are you at, what's going on, and what are you looking at? Those are the important questions.
Where are you at?
We only have so many eyes, hands, ears, whatever it might be. We're trying to do our best. We got this Nike, and we're bouncing around this 25, 40 to 50 area, so holding on the futures back into our target range. I was just looking at INO. And now I'm going to have to jump back into this position because the question time is, do you want to reload in that same 20 to 40 area that we were? do you want to slide your stop down? My answer is yes. I'm moving my stop down to 76.70. Forget about 77. That was the halt price at 70. You can see that level in the pre-market. So forget about the even dollar. We'll move it a little bit tighter here so that if it does blow through, we're not giving back as much of our profits, because if we bounce from here, having held this, I think we do make a run at that 2,600 on the ES.
Yeah, good look there, good analysis. Thank you for the questions, guys. Keep them coming for sure. We are here for you guys, so we want to be able to help you as much as we can. Looking at this XOM trade, it's kind of bottoming here. Oil's kind of flat. I think I'm going to get out here 38.70 if I can. It's bounced off this level a couple times. We'll stick a bid in there. We're using the P-Pro 8 platform, so we do have direct market access here. As we've discussed a couple times, Neil, that gives us advantage to pick our gateways and actually get paid to trade. So you may see us scalping a lot. That's just the way we're running this thing. We get rebates and filled. When we get filled, most of the time, depending on the order, we will make that little credit. So that's why a lot of the time you will see us scalping in and out here, guys.
Yeah, Occidental.
An accidental. We're out of XOM there, guys.
I was going to say good look on the outside because XOM bottoming out, but Occidental doing basically the same thing. Right. As you're seeing a little bit of stabilization at 9.85. I mean, you look over at what crude oil is doing here, and you can see, we got down to that $30 a barrel level, bouncing off here and holding between 31.25 and 31.50. So a little bit of stabilization. That's a good reason maybe to take profits off on those shorts. Brendan, what do you have for us?
Another one looking like it's trying to base a little bit here, guys. BMY held 52 here a couple of times on that last little dip, pushing back towards 53. If that gets going, lots of room to move to the upside for BMY as well.
96. BMY, yeah, we like Bristol Myers for sure. I'm going to have a look at that one. Good look, Brendan. We cannot
Zoom is so
figure that out. We have to always look at what he's given us because these are hot fights.
The breakout in Zoom, if you look at that halt price, that halt top 108, it breaks out, gives you $4.50. I know I saw at least one person in the chat mention it to be a strong name. Yeah, and we're about to take off the top here. It could be a potential secondary breakout. If the market comes and tests that 2,600 on the ES, you have to like a shot here at 113. If you want to fade into that one, you certainly can use about a 111. Move into the upside again.
Yeah, Microsoft, a monster winner right now, guys. $1.50 in the money for Microsoft. You guys know we had that trade. I hope you still have it as well. We were waiting for that 144 to break. Never did, so now we are long. 144.62 on Microsoft. Hit the swishes. We're going upside. This is once again another $2 winner. Multiple $2 winners for you guys here today. Disney, we take that long. Hello, that's a big one. We go perfect on that. Let's see if we'll take it half out right now for a 40-cent winner. Long Disney right here, 96.25. The rebound may be in right now, guys. Let's take some of this profit out.
Yeah, we're about to make that. It looks like we're trying to make that run. We're 40 handles away from 2,600. And again, we never even got there. I'm looking at Zoom, that 113 breakout that we just mentioned. If we can fade into it, we'll do that. I still have that Nike. You're going to reload again if you have a weak name.
Reloaded.
Nothing wrong with reloading there and going long and short. You can always have both directions.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. Long and short, especially in this market, may be a decent idea. We're always looking for trades for you guys. So you see our heads on swivels. That's why. We're trying to find these best ones for you guys here. We get out of Disney. That's a 40-cent winner. So alley-oop, thank you to the market for that one. And thank you to Brendan bringing Disney to our attention. Microsoft, that's all love affair. We talked about that. Aqua, we love you.
There
Microsoft,
goes Zoom.
Still going up $2.50 now in the money. Catapulting our net, guys. This is how we trade. Let's go. $2.50 winner right now for Microsoft. We got that on board.
Just a quick look there. We got in Zoom on that break. So we got 113 break to the upside on Zoom as we're continually heading to the upside. I'm going to add to this one in front of 112 on any kind of a pullback. We like Zoom. We talked about the relative strength in that name. So you're going to want to make sure you pay attention to it. Got to watch out for Nike. That 76.70 is going to be the line in the sand. Now remember, again, we mentioned why you should take some profits off. I hope you did there, Aqua. 3/4 of the position out. And so that way, if it takes your stop out and it doesn't have the follow through,
right,
you're fine. You've already made your money. This is what it's all about. You got to work your positions, massage them a little bit. Looking at AMD, it has yet to take its top at 42.50, so a bit of resistance there. If we do fall back in the future, it's not a bad place to play.
No, it's actually a great place to play. Right now, we are looking at multiple things here on our radar, guys, and the market just keeps on going. Microsoft fading back in a little bit. We'll look for the right spot to possibly take this one off for you guys here. Microsoft still coming to the downside, though. Don't want to make a mistake and get caught holding this one too much. We'll play this view up, 145.50 for the clean dollar winner. We'll take on Microsoft if it does come back.
So, I mean, you want to talk about how a name can be weak and you want to play relative weakness. Again, you see Nike hold on that move. We're able to reload a little bit in front of that 76, 70 area. It's now already coming back, and notice we have basically the same position on. Wasn't able to get as many shares because I like to add some on the way up.
Yeah.
I do also prefer adding on the way down. If it holds a level, you try to get back in. Sometimes can be tricky, as we mentioned, but we're unable to get as much as we wanted. However, we are back into the short position there. Zoom is still going to the upside, about 40 cents in the money. It hasn't broken 113.50, so both the long in Zoom and the short in Nike working at the same time.
Yeah, we ain't going to be too cheesy and say Zoom is zooming here today, but
I could have, but I'm not.
It is one of those coronavirus names
for
sure. Here goes Disney, guys. You want another dollar? You're welcome. Here we go. Air horn that up. Disney right now. We're along 96.20. We're bouncing off 97 right now. We'll put a stop order in, but right now market just pulling back down. So watch out. We still are long our Disney. We're out half already. It does bounce off 97. I'm going to put an order here, 96.90 or so. See if we can't catch that for a nice clean 70 cents, guys.
Yeah, we've been looking at JPM. Look at this flush. You talk about that bounce down. JPM leading some things here southbound. It just got all the way back to that 88.50 area. I feel like that feels like it's a little bit oversold. Nike cracks that 76 very, very briefly. Zoom was holding up very, very nicely. Back up at 113.59. We got 113.14 to the long side, but JPM continuing to flush here as I watch Zoom going on, looking very strong. JPM coming back more than the market right now.
Yes, exactly. Disney also coming back.
Attaboy, Nike.
Microsoft as well. Right now, we're coming in around. We're coming in right now.
Zoom.
This has been fantastic, guys. What a fantastic day.
Yeah, I'm going to rip that Zoom trade off. We'll take the win and the profits on that as we're coming in a little bit heavily. I feel like maybe JPM is telling us something on this little pullback here. So I actually considering picking this one up, but we just broke through that 88.24, which was that little previous bottom, and was also a pre-market level. It just ticked it. We do have a short on in Nike, so as much as we took the profits on Zoom, we still have a short on that's working well for us. Wish I had a short on JPM, though. Look at that 90 move.
Yeah, right now we're flat. Yeah, exactly. Look at that Microsoft move as well. Things fading back down just a little bit here, obviously to the downside. So lots happening here, guys. Thank you for joining us. This has been hopefully an exciting day for you guys. It sure has for us.
If it's not exciting, I don't know what to tell you. Again,
sure has for us.
I'm going to rinse and repeat, and we talk about this over and over again. Aqua, hopefully follow along. It's not that you have to be a scalp trader. It's just that if you're working a position off a level like this, I feel like it's prudent for you to make sure you take some profits. So we'll give the slap shot, and we hope there'll be NHL games tomorrow. I can't actually make any promises.
There will not.
I doubt it. I seriously doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it.
But we just took off half of that Nike position. We're going to see if we can't get another flush to that 75. We were unable to break that level the first time down.
Yep.
And again, if the ES aren't going to take out this 25-40 area, and if the NQ can hold above 7,500, you don't really have an expectation that you're going to get that follow through. So you have your target range. We still have that short on in front of that nice little 76, 70 price. We're going to keep working this trade over and over again. And let's throw it to Brendan.
10:30, guys. We mentioned at the beginning of the show at 9 o'clock. If you joined us, natural gas at 10:30 this morning. Just to highlight, they were expecting a 59 billion cubic feet drawdown. Came in a little bit under that, 48 billion cubic feet on the drawdown, guys.
48 billion, that's it. Okay, look at this, a little bit of a fail here on Disney, so we'll fall in a hole. I can't believe we're failing ourselves for an 80-cent winner. We do go long 96.26, but look where we got out, 72, and then we got out even. That's an 80-cent winner, but now Disney, guys, heading a little bit to the moon, so we'll catapult ourselves just a little bit here. Proud of that trade. Could have had a little bit more on Disney, busting through 96. Microsoft and Disney has been best trades for us today as we continue to go. PayPal, I'm noticing, back near $100.
Sean, we're making a run back to the upside in the NQ here. Just got very, very close at 7,600. This is where we halted overnight. You were talking about 2601. So I saw JPM flushing more than the market there. Pick it back on the way up. So we did pick some shares up. I'm going to use that bottom at 88 because it was looking weak before, but look at that NQ. We'll just have a quick look at this move to the upside, leading the way on the way back. The ES trailing so far, but alert at that 7,600 area. On Monday, when we retook the overnight halt levels, there was a nice break to the upside, but what was even better, When they retook it to the downside, that was the short of the day. That was your biggest trade. Got to alert for that. Got to learn from the past.
Yeah, you definitely got to watch out for some of the mistakes in the past. But here we go. INO, though, guys, that's a coronavirus name. You guys like coronavirus? Well, you don't like the virus, but I guess you like the stocks. INO right now tanking back down.
Failed. JP Morgan just flushed through 88. So look, it's been great to the long side. Forget about it now. It just had a massive 87 we just got to. It's crazy movement to the downside. There's Nike now back in the money for us. We reload over and over, and again it's going to give us another entry in front of that 70 level, and again it's going to give us another out in front of that support, but this time and maybe we'll go and flush to the downside.
I see some of our guests here. We're going to hit the Batman weed sign right now, and let's take a look at some of these weed names, guys, today. ACB, yikes. I hope they have enough equipment in their houses to withstand this one. Down 20%, 70 cents here on the NYSE. ACB touched down as low as 63 cents today. But look, Neil, this is 70 cents. It's bounced off here a couple times. I think this may be an opportunity to take cannabis long right now. We've bounced off the bottom here, possibly. This sector's been as beat down as any of them. Take a look. My favorite, obviously, CGC. That's going to be Canopy Growth. You can look at Afria as well. T-God got beat down yesterday on earnings. Maybe another name to look at right there. There's so many, including MindMed. We did have Kevin O'Leary on the other day.
That was actually
new listing on NEO.
I was actually meaning to point that one out because, relatively speaking, certainly holding up well. And we talked about that second day, 47 to 50 cent area. It's basically holding just below that price. So, that is pretty solid stabilization in the days and now, not weeks, but almost weeks after that issue. Looking like a fantastically stable stock. The next piece of news comes out and you could get a little bit of a bump there. But I do believe that we have a little bit of something coming from our chat maestro, Valeria.
Thanks, Neil. And hey, guys, I asked you a question on the live chat. If you make your most successful tradings usually in the morning or closer to the end of the trading day, because I've heard that some of our traders made a lot of money at yesterday's close. And I have great news for you. Our live chat now will be running from the markets open until the very close. So we can discuss our tradings together. You can ask us questions. You can share your experience with us. And of course, guys, please like our video. We would appreciate that so much. We are trying for you. Hit that like button and subscribe button right under the video. Back to the traders.
There we go. We hit the
Thank
Valeria
you very
weed.
much,
Cassie,
Valeria.
you like that Batman weed? There's Valeria weed right there coming through. We'll hit it again. Valeria Batman, sorry. Valeria always coming through, guys. Like you mentioned, hit that like button. We're putting the show on for you guys. Make sure that we come back every single day for you. And we're going to be here to do the chat, like we just mentioned. I want Apple long through 262.
Yeah, we're breaking back to the upside. And again, we keep retesting that top area. And the reason why we're failing so far on the ES is because of that 76, it looks like, on the NQ. That's going to be the first level of resistance, but for me, it's arrows down again. We'll take another 80-cent move there on Nike. That 60 level we keep taking half out in front of and looking for a breakdown to 75 even. Brendan, what do you have?
Guys, just watching GLD and GDX here. A little bit of gold movement as well today. This thing's gone from 22 all the way up to 23.5 for GDX on the minor side, and then GLD itself the other direction, back to the downside, just broke 149. These are significant levels for GLD, 148.5 to 149 if you're watching that one today, guys.
Good look there, Brendan.
Yes.
Why not? Certainly worth it. I know we talked a little bit off the bat about Uber. Look, I stayed away from this name because sometimes I haven't had the best read on it. And look, we're bouncing back to the upside, looking relatively strong as we're holding below some of those levels. Uber, man, at its actual high of the day, and that's why I felt a little more comfortable buying something like Zoom at the high.
Right.
We make profits on that. Yeah, maybe you're going to buy some at the top here, and Uber is going to continue going. Just not my cup of tea. So we'll work with what actually is going well for us. I'm looking at Zoom back at that 113 area. I wanted it to pull back to 112, but here comes the test of 7,600. You want some stocks that could break out at that price.
Yeah, wow. Apple right now, 262 is coming right there. We're going to go long, couple hundred shares here, 262 as I take a sip of the coffee. But here we go. We're going to get punched in right now, 262 to Apple. Probably give it to about 260.50 or so. Give this one about $1.50 room. I did not get filled there, but it's going to get break probably in a second. Let's go.
Yeah, I just did not get filled in Zoom as well, but I am looking at AMD, which could take the top off in that same move. 30 handles away from that 7,600 level on the NQ. You want to make sure you alert to that. Thankfully, still deep in the money. Again, the market moves up, and we're still in the money 60 cents on that Nike position. That's why we keep working it. We are sort of in love with it there. We haven't talked a lot about Boeing. And you talk about the recovery, not as much. It was at 160 before.
Not so much.
It's at 162 right now. So, I mean, it's not necessarily going to participate. Of course, they have a litany of their own issues there, and that's why it's not going to follow the market as much as you would expect, especially to the upside. I can promise you this, if we start to slide off and fail at 7,600, you'll probably see some sell action that's worth it in Boeing.
Yeah, exactly. So right now our Apple's out of the money, 50 cents. I told you we're going to give this one about $1 more here. This could be our first loser of the day. And yeah, that even does happen to the best of us. And I know that you guys today on this kind of a market day, hopefully you've had basically every trade we've had. It's been a super successful day here as we go. So we're going to hold on to this Apple for about $1 lower. I don't know if it's going to be a loser or not. Could have just got out for flat there, but Brendan Wickens.
We're talking about some of the theaters, guys, theater companies in trouble as well as far as the travel and leisure kind of sector goes. AMC down another 22% today. Just notice, though, popping up on some volume here, back above 280 for AMC. AMC all the way down to $2.80, guys.
Yikes.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a fast-paced market there, Dory, and we'll do our best to make sure we can slow down for you.
Yes.
I can tell you I'm working with only 2 positions, and we talked about, I just mentioned that I like Zoom on a breakout. If we can get back up and retest those levels in the futures, we had 113 to the long side once. We'll take a shot here again, and we can sort of use that previous high, 112 to 112.50 area, or you can just see us maybe reject at that 7,600 on the NQ if you're following along. I'm still working with a Nike short here. It's trading at 75.76. I've been getting in between 76.30 and 76.50 with a 70 stop basically the entire morning long, and I'm going to continue to work with that unless we break that overnight halt level. If we break the overnight halt level of the shorts that I'm working with, I'm going to temporarily take off unless we retake that price.
Yeah, there goes Apple. So we fall down a hole there, and we went long, and we got. Where's my fall and it's flushed out? So there goes Apple. We tried that 262 there on that break. That was the day's high, obviously, ripping back up to that. Thought we could get the continuation, did not. Got flushed out right there, $1.50 hit on that one. So there goes Apple. We'll see if it comes back a little bit, holding 10% of the position still, but that's generally what I do. So we'll wait to see here what Apple wants to do now, even lower it looks like, Neil.
Yeah, and I feel like the same thing might happen at the top. First time worked in Zoom, the second time it might not work again, and we'll talk a little bit about why that could be happening. We're mentioning the leveling off that we're getting in the market here, and you're going to see, look, you were basically holding about 50 points on the NQ below that target area, and there was a fantastic flush on Monday when we failed to take this price. You did get one retest and had a nice little 100-handle move. But that's only on the Q. I mean, the ES really didn't have as much of a bounce, relatively speaking, and it hasn't come close to testing its 2,600 level. So I do feel like at some point there's some gravity that's going to take us towards there. But we really need to get the juice going. We slowed down volatility-wise from that wild open. Good time possibly to review the broad market and what is going on. And we like to do that with our sector watch. Let's go to Brendan at the big screen.
I see one positive stock. We'll show you in a second here. The entire board, very, very red, obviously, right across the board. 6.3% the total, but yeah, one lonely little positive stock inside the energy group today. Every single other share on the S&P 500 in negative territory, or basically flat. There are a couple in the tech sector that are flat, but everything else going to be sharply in negative territory. I want to start with the industrials here. Capital goods, a subsector, 15%, 13%, and 13% for TXT, Boeing, and GE. So 3 of the big ones moving to the downside today in a big time hurry. So we'll have a look at TXT, Boeing, and GE. We talked about 2 of those if you joined us at 9 o'clock this morning. Healthcare stocks are also big time negative territory. The entire energy group, basically 10+% to the downside. Oil moving back towards that $30 level once again. MPC here leading the way to the downside, 19%. PSX and CXO more than 15% plus in negative territory. Consumer discretionary stocks, the retailers are in here. Wow, this is ugly today. 14% for JWN, 14% for KSS, GPS, Macy's, Best Buy as well. 10+% all to the downside. Consumer durables as well, very, very negative, 16% for DHI and CPRI. Mentioned that one earlier. Some of the banks tried to bounce out of that halt, but came up a little bit short. WFC here among the leaders for the banks, 10.5% to the downside. CMA, there's JPM. I know it's small, but JPM, 7.9%. I wanted to kind of squish as much as I could into this. In the insurance group here, LNC, Met, AIG, and Prudent, all down 14+%. LNC leading the way there, 23.75%. Pretty hard to find strength, guys. 6.75% now for the S&P 500. Back to you.
Yeah, strength. What is that?
You're certainly right about that. And, just to jump back, I only have the 2 positions on right now. We're still working. I mean, Zoom's trying to hold 113, so our second entry at that price is good. Literally an iceberg order at that 112.50 actually saved me from getting triggered out, so you get lucky there that another buyer steps up and sometimes supports your position. Nike is retesting the 75.60. You can look at the range that it's put on. The top end of this was the bottom in the pre-market, and then that halt price of 76.70. That's where my stop has been pretty much the entire time and been my out. And I've just been working shorts in front of it. You take profits out at the bottom end of the consolidation. One time we did get the flush to 75. I've been constantly holding a core position in case we get another flush. I feel like the risk to reward has been good with this short. I'm still trying to work with the Zoom long. It's been relatively strong throughout most of this move, and I feel like if we do get that test of those pre-market those overnight halt levels, this is a good place to be in to the long side. I know some other names have been strong as well. You look at some Microsoft, maybe some Apple, but for me, it's been Zoom longs. It was JPM, and it was my #1 stock until it had this, I don't know what to call it. Like, it just gave up the ghost, crazy move to the downside when basically nothing was happening. You had this flush here, it going from 89 to 87 in the blink of an eye with really relatively little movement coming out of the futures market. So I take it off because I don't know what's going on, and I was still holding a part of my long position from earlier on, and we just took that one off and said, forget about it, not sure what's happening, and I haven't gone back to it since.
Yeah, I just went back to the well here with Disney going long 70 right now. The spread is about 10 pennies. So we take this Disney long right now 70, and it's right here. So we're going to use probably 96 even as our out. So we'll give this one about 70 cents worth of room and see if we can't get back up here to day's high on a little bit of a bounce here, maybe. In the futures, I would take Disney long. That's been a beat down name. We know that. I think it'll be a little bit of a flight if people think it's about to. Disney is off way more, guys. If you take out the daily chart here, it is way more, for a widely held name, from 150 basically on Disney Plus launch all the way down here to 96. That's quite the haircut, needless to say. They're 30-40% down depending on what prices we're looking at. Disney could rebound faster than most if it does go, and it's not in the tech space. So you do have a little bit of value there possibly, I'm thinking.
I just want to quickly jump back to INO. I know that was a great pre-market trade. It has been sliding steadily back to the downside, giving you a chance to fade every single move until it broke VWAP, but it's now back below this $10 area, and you are seeing some, consistent movement to the downside as the futures stable off. We've seen this all week long and even the last couple of weeks in some of these coronavirus-related names. When the trend starts to get back to the upside or you catch a bid in the overall market, some of these high-flying names start to slide back down, and you can start to work consolidation shorts. That looks like it's starting to be the case here in INO. Whether you want to use $10 right now, this current level it's working with at about 960, it's trading 20 cents below that. I think either one of those could be good. And as far as I know, our locates are free on INO. Whenever we are paying for them, usually it's been in the 1 to 2 cent range per share, which is pretty cheap when you consider the movement that you're getting on these stocks.
Yeah, I hope you guys once again are following me on Disney there. This is a 50-cent winner right away. We took it, it's about 2 minutes. We're in the money now, 50 cents. We're going to take some out in the 30s and then hold the rest. We're going to take out half right now. Look, we could just keep piling these 45, 50-cent winners on, and they add up, right? And so here we go. Disney right now, 43 cents in the money. That's if we take the bid. It's going to be a bouncer, though, so watch out. This is why we're trying to get out of half. I think I'll put an order in maybe 97.20. See if we can't capture that 50 cents and then regroup a little bit and hold for the higher. Here we go. Come on, Disney. We're in the 30s right now. Can we make this 60 cents? That's what we're trying for right now, guys. Disney, let's go.
Yeah, quick look at a name that we haven't really touched all morning long. And Virgin Galactic making a nice bounce to the upside. And
Take some
again,
Disney
it was
out.
down 20%. It's now down 10. It's brushing up on that 15 even area. I'm looking quickly as we're back to flat on that space trade. So it looks like it's trying to make a move to the upside. The market can't seem to get going. The NQ is trying to make a run. It's just not really happening. Nike's back in our target entry range. If it gets back up to that 76.30 or 40, we'll add back into the position. We have 46 now. It's at 76 even. It's 50 cents the money. Remember, we already took about 70, and I'm not looking to take the rest of it off for a 50 to 70 cent win. It's going to be that flush, or it's going to be a reload, or it's going to be my stop. That's the plan with that. And the same thing with Zoom. I mean, if it breaks 112.50, we'll be out of this trade and then looking for another long position.
Yeah, so we take out 47 penny winner right there, so explode the money on Disney, and then this was already a 40-50 cent winner. We're going to hold the rest, see if we get 98s, Brendan.
VSTM, guys, Veristem, we've mentioned this one before, another biopharmaceutical name. They actually reported earnings, so big gap down. Even with the market, we're getting a nice push back to the upside here. Just broke 2 on decent volume for VSTM, guys.
Yeah, just getting a name that I haven't looked at, and I guess, you know, I had a little bit of a love-hate relationship with JPM. We'll probably talk at least a little bit about that. And you know, BAC, which Sean knows, BAC for years has been on my shit list. It was like literally when we had a floor together, BAC was what the worst stock always on the floor. It didn't matter how good it looked on the paper and the chart. For whatever reason, we just never make money on it. But actually looking pretty clean, little trend to the upside. It's got a nice level forming here at this 2120. This is going to be its high. While we're looking at shy of highs on the NQ. So if we are going to get any kind of a flush, that could be a good one. It has a potential to break out and give you an opening range breakout before you test that top on the futures, allowing you to fade possibly a move into that 2600 or 76 on the NQ. So maybe not a bad place to look. If you're interested, JPM for me was a place to go.
Yeah, well, I like JPM better.
Yeah, I do as well, but certainly if you're looking, it's not the only place you can play. I'm noting here, decent level on BAC for me. I do like JPM like you.
Yeah, Brendan came with a WFC earlier as well, so that can be a hot stock to trade no matter what you're looking at as well. Look for some of these names, guys. The day just keeps getting bigger and better here on Trader TV Live. Let's go.
Absolutely, just having a quick look at, one of the things you should always look in volatile markets, what is halting?
Yes.
Where do you have them? Look, I look at NASDAQ Trader just to get the current intraday halt. I'll always give it a quick look to see if any names that I'm comfortable trading or recognize pop on it that haven't alerted, that are maybe not in my quote board or not on your radar. Again, we have Brendan, who is all over it. He's got an icon terminal, which gives him all kinds of access to information in real time. He'll pipe in, let us know what we are missing, any news that does break. Good look, Monday. I mean, we got away from that airline space a little bit.
Yes, we should have looked at airlines.
Delta, nice little area here. Yeah, I see what you're talking about here. You got that little break to the upside. Look, again, I feel like we are testing the top end, and we get back towards that 7,600 on the NQ. You do want to have some breakout opportunities as we're now back in the money on that move in Zoom. Right, so we move back to the upside and retest. I want to hold that through a break, potentially, of 7,600 if we can. The airlines aren't my number one play to go long, however.
No.
What happened in Disney?
No, nothing. It just tanked down. I thought it might have been a little bit of a halt situation there. We're going to take this opportunity to go long Disney. I think I thought someone just got flushed out there on Disney. I don't know. Was unable to pick anything up on the bottom. Brendan, check the notes here. Disney, for some reason, just dropped down about $1 and change there. Just not used to that kind of a move right now today from Disney. Obviously, we're not talking about a dollar move. That's something there. But the market not moving. So Disney there on a crack back down below. We average in. I'm not going to hold this past this VWAP 95.75. Looking to see what did happen there. Only looking for news because the market didn't move, right? It's not rocket science. We're going to see if there's anything happen on Disney.
Yeah, I just quickly looked at that myself, but I want to get back to this Zoom trade. And again, it's not that I think there's any magical thing about that 115 area. I just do believe if we fail at 7,600, I want to have some kind of a target. You do know where Zoom has come from. It came from that 130 area. It is worth noting you have this 114, which was yesterday's top. You're looking for a breakout through that price, and I'd love to be able to say if we break that price, before we take 7,600 or after, those are going to be two separate things. If we take that out after a 7,600 break, well, you want to hang on. If we do it before, you might want to have a price target because I think we run into some resistance at that overnight halt. So you want to have a plan. The overall market just can't be ignored. As much as I like key price areas and structured trades, and I want to be able to ignore the overall market if I can. You just can't do it here. So Zoom's going to take out this 114. We're getting very close to it. previous to that break in the high. So let's watch out here. Zoom, we're in the money 60 cents. But we know crypto's been moving.
It has.
We know it's time for us to kick to Brendan Wickens for our Money Talk segment.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive, guys. Right across this entire board, the moves both in currencies and in cryptos. We'll get to these in a second here, the cryptos. But I want to start up here, the euro down. I was going to show you the euro chart, but had to switch it over to Bitcoin there the last second. 1% for the euro, obviously. ECB decision this morning came out a little bit unexpected, I think, but still 1% to the downside here for the euro. We're all the way back to 111.5. We were talking about 113.5 yesterday, so big move down for the euro. Canadian dollar under pressure once again, obviously heavily tied to oil. 0.14%, 72.5 for the CAD. I want to bring you down to the Australian dollar. Yeah, 2.3% for the Aussie, 63.3. Their economy obviously also very similar to the Canadian economy. Oil and mining, some of the metals moving lower today as well. New Zealand following suit, 1.7% to the downside. Japanese yen's higher. We mentioned 103 2 days ago, now 105 for the yen. Bit of a safe haven. Same story with this one. Swiss franc back to the upside, about 1% today as well. But let's focus on these, Bitcoin and Ethereum, both significantly, obviously, to the downside today. Ethereum 27%, Bitcoin over here 22, and we'll say 0.5%. We're at 6,100 on Bitcoin. I was talking about 8,000 just yesterday, I think it was, or maybe 7,800 yesterday, and then 8,000 the day before. But this is 9,000. We're now all the way down to 6,200, guys, on Bitcoin in a matter of a day and a half. Huge move to the downside. Ethereum, some of the other ones as well following suit. Big moves in the currency markets along with equities today, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Thank you for that recap. Awesome job as always, Brendan. Worth noting here, the NQ holding pretty well. 75.94 we just held at. The ES below that 25.80 mark. So you're getting that bounce that you're looking for. You know, as much as the Zoom is in the money, it has a 114 previous day high. You do have this level coming up here, so you have to at least consider taking profits off. I'm going to reload for what might be the last time in Disney, in Nike here.
I got the
because if 70 goes and we're taking out this top, you just can't get stubborn with it. It's just not a good move. There's the move, 7,600 back to the upside. This is the break that you're looking for. You don't want to hold on and get stubborn with your shorts if we sustain this move.
Yeah, let's hit the siren here as well, guys. Disney right now, 75-cent winner. We saw it drop down. We take it back out. It's 85 cents now as we keep going to the top. 90-cent winner right now. We are long Disney, 96.36. Check it out below. You see our profits running in. You're seeing everything today. Look at this Disney chart. Basically, pick some bottoms here. Bang, bang, bang. All the way, guys. Disney right now, 85 plus cents. Long here. Long, long. Bang, bang to the upside. Nice little profits being taken out today on Disney. Still, nice little 75-cent winner here. We out now of 40%. I'm sorry, only have 40% left out of 60% here. Let's see what Disney wants to do. I still think 98 is in the cards, guys.
Yeah, we just floated back below. ES didn't make a fresh high, and look at what happens on that Zoom trade. So, you know, here's what I'm doing. We're going to take the profit off for about 60 pennies. Again, you wanted that flush through, but 114 was also the previous day high. If we're going to stall out there, you can always go long on a break at 114. Look at the trend. There's opportunity to get in and Zoom the entire way up. So you can't get too greedy. Well, again, we'll take profits off and look to move on. If we're going to fail, we did add back into the Nike short, which again, look, I'm telling you guys, it just does not stop you out at that top. So we're back into this one. And if we fail here at 7,600 on the NQ without testing on the ES, on Monday that led to some fantastic short opportunities. This could be another case of that. It has yet to play out. We do have about 4 or 5 minutes or so. We're going to jump into a bit of we'll do our trade of the day. And of course, we have Mark Roberts live from the NYSE floor from Catone & Co. At 11:20. You're going to want to tune in for that. He'll be awesome. He always is. But for now, Brendan, what do you have for us?
Just a headline on Carnival Cruise, guys. Princess Cruise Lines, so a division of theirs, halting operations for 2 months. So no ships leaving port for 2 months here. Just brought up CCL. Not a huge reaction on that, but looks like Princess Cruises will suspend operations first time in 55 years for 18 ships for a total of 2 months, guys.
Gulp again. Things just keep getting bad, and even worse. The UEFA will suspend its champion leagues now as well, so that happened.
I guess that can't be too much of a
Milan
surprise,
before, right? We talked about that. That was Milan. All of this. Look at Nike, guys. This is $1 clean right now. Oh, did I say $1? $1.20 right now. 96.30. We're long. It's at 97.50. We've dropped it off right up here. We're going to wait for a 98 bump. I think we could probably get that. So right now, Disney to the upside right now, 7.8%. But we're going to see if we get that 98. Right now, 80 plus pennies in the money. I hope you guys are liking those trades with me right now. Disney, we've been crushing that one, and our Mr. Softy as well. The only one we lost on was Apple so far today. So right now, things looking good. Needless to say, in the equity markets, we're bouncing, man. We're only down 6% right now.
Yeah, I mean, you are getting that test back to the upside. We actually stabilized. If you look at a lot of names here, yes, the ranges are bigger, but volatility is up. So you look at some of this and you say to yourself, yeah, but Disney's sitting, not Disney, I keep mixing them up here. Yeah, but Nike's in $1 range throughout the morning. But considering where volatility's been, that's actually not too bad. And we're holding in the ES, at a time maybe 20 handles every 15 minutes or so, which again is not terrible. I want to jump to a name that we have not mentioned, and we talked a little bit about the retail space. Not testing anywhere near its highs or that halt price is something like a Macy's here, down 15%, consolidating above $8. If we get a flush to the downside, this could be a place that you're looking maybe on a breakout short through $8. You retest that low, and again, it's only about 20 pennies, but it's an $8 stock, so everything is relative here. I think that would be a good place. If we start a flush to the downside, it's getting close to lunchtime. Maybe something that's very liquid here, like a Macy's through $8, could be a nice look.
Yeah, yesterday we crushed Macy's, and we were talking about that with Mies Schneider from Market Gauge. And if you are a retailer right now,
we love her.
She's great. All of our guests are great. And today we have Mark Roberts coming from the floor of the NYSE. We'll get the feeling down there, what is going on. I know he's going to talk about Disney, so I'm going to be talking about that with him as well. What a great day it continues to be for us here live on the show. Thank you for joining us. We're keeping the community going today. So after the show,
sir. Chat
will still be up. Valeria will be on there. We'll be on there back and forth with you guys. So hopefully that will create a better relationship with us, with you guys. We're excited. This is just a new venture for us.
Yeah, and it looks like, obviously, things are crazy in Europe right now.
Yeah,
it's a good time for us with about 30 minutes till most major European markets close. Let's get an update at Europe with Liz at our big screen.
Do it.
Hey guys, we have a super negative board all across Europe right now. We have London down by about almost 9.3%. We have Germany down by 9.4%. France down by about 10%. Italy down by almost 11%. Spain down by 11.3%. In the news right now, Accor Hotels says that they're seeing a significant decline in their Europe hotels due to the coronavirus. Danone announced a 600 million euro bond issue, and Sanofi announced that they will be exploring a coronavirus vaccine in Poconos. That's it for the Europe update. Back to Brendan.
Hey guys, 11 o'clock. We'll jump into trade of the day here. If you're joining us for the first time, welcome. This is the segment we talk about one of the trades that either Neil or Sean took off of the open, typically on one of the stocks that we were discussing. If you join us pre-market every morning, we come on at 9 o'clock and talk about all the names that are moving around in the pre-market with fresh news or some sort of catalyst pushing them. We mentioned yesterday, the day before, banks were very weak, kind of leading the overall market to the downside. Today we're going to be discussing JPM. Neil is all set for trade of the day with JP Morgan.
Thanks a lot there, Brendan. Just a name from yesterday that was going to be a nice mover for us, and we had some success with it. And when we had that halt off of the open, you want to have a comfortable name that has liquidity levels that you're going to like, and it gives you a setup that you're going to be interested in. And for me, what I was sort of noticing, we went into this halt in the pre-market, right at the open before we had that halt across the board, that 7% limit down. We had a bit of a buyer off the open right at that 88 area. So I file that one away. We get that halt level, and the first thing I'm thinking about, is I have a level on JPM where I thought there could be some buying. I want an opportunity to test it. We let it open up and absolutely flush, and it's not on my radar. I'm looking for things to short. I'm talking about the airlines to the downside. I'm also looking a little bit at Nike, which was showing a lot of weakness for us, and we did well on that to the short side. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about that 88 level. Let's jump into our first clip and start discussing the trade. Yeah, just quickly looking at the banks here, JPM with a big bounce off the bottom back to $89. A name that we like short. We'll look at Nike in a second, but JPM, we break this 89 and we have any kind of continued move to the upside. Wow, this could be very, very spicy. So there's a couple of ways you can look at this. You have the 89 halt price. You have the 88 buyer that came in. That's probably going to be my risk range. I'm not looking for the long until it breaks into that 88 and shows me the bounce. The market's already come with the upside. You know, we had that halt. We continued lower. We've made the bounce, and I'm looking for some upside plays after what we saw on Monday being a fantastic long in the same situation. So in this situation, I'm looking to see that first test of 89 and then enter the trade, not for the breakout. I'm using 88 as my out. I'm catching this one sort of inside my target range here. You're able to catch a decent price, some in front of 89, some on a little bit of a pullback. You're going to get lucky if you get bottom wick here. Let's be realistic. You put a 50% retracement in there, and you get 88.50, and it ticks you in. That's a little bit of luck. You know, that was what we happen to pick. You could also consider a breakout trade through the top here, but because we had such a level there at 90 as well, immediate resistance, I wanted to make sure I had a decent price. That's why I didn't like the breakout trade as much. I feel like you get slipped 15, 20 cents, and suddenly your upside isn't as good if we resist at 90 even. That's why I like to fade better. Your risk to reward stays at about 1.5 to 2 to 1, as opposed to trying to make 50 to 70 cents with $1 worth of risk. I don't like that. So no breakout. You're fading into that one.
Yeah, the market coming back in a hurry here as well. It was interesting to note off of the open how many things kind of flushed immediately and then started to recover as we moved back higher. Neil talking a little bit about that negative to positive kind of action. A lot of different names gave you that opportunity. It wasn't a day to kind of assume what was going to happen, I think, off of the open. It was a day to kind of wait and see and then react as we saw some things starting to go green. Let's go to the next clip, guys.
You can see we just topped out shy of the pre-market high in front of that, right at that 90 even area. So, we're still in the money over $1, but we're turning back around. I talked about that short in front of 2,600, that overnight halt level. Doesn't even give it to you. We got about 15 to 17 handles away. I had to check to see how close we got, but not nearly in my target range. We bounced right off it. That was a great short on Monday. It looks like it was a great turnaround point again. So interesting thing there. You had two things coinciding. That halt overnight at 7,600 on the NQ, about 26 on the ES. On Monday, that was a key resistance point. The first retest is flushed back in. So for me, if you're going to simultaneously test that level and this pre-market little top at 90, I'm taking a bunch of profit off. And this is why we structured the trade on the way in the way we did. It's also why I'm aggressive taking it out on the way back in. It doesn't mean that I don't want to consider the long re-entry, because I do. But you have to take profits. The market runs into resistance. There's a decent chance at a pullback. You can't just sit there and let the profits go away, especially if you're looking to reload, Brendan.
Yeah, it's one of those days, I think, if you are planning on reloading, to make sure you not only have the market in your favor moving with you, directionally speaking, but also to wait and see what price action will give you and not assume what is going to happen, because as we've seen, these moves can accelerate very, very quickly. One more clip to go here, guys.
JPM making a nice little bottom back at that 89 level that we like. So we're going to slip out of shorts in AMD. Forget about that 42. JPM to the long side here on that 89 break. It's already up to that 89.40. I think we retest that 90 where we turn around. That's the first target out. And remember, you're looking at that top, that overnight halt level, that 2,600. So you want to see if we can get to it. If we break through, you can get a nice little breakout trade. But I'm going to try the short in front of it, try to get as tight a stop as possible. Maybe something in the 90s if you're looking at the ES. What I love about this trade of the day is we're going to get to show you something that's a usual plan of mine and how it failed a little bit later on in JPM, because on that little pullback, it enters our target range below that 89. We don't get into the trade on the way down. We wait for it to bounce shy of that 88.50, that little 50% inside of our range, and then break back up, and we take it on the way back up. And again, because I expect resistance at that 90, we're taking profit into 90. you can always take the breakout trade as well. So I do get back in at 90 and end up getting out at the top there. But it's about the structure, and you're going to see when we roll that exit clip, I'll give you one better. But we entered back into the trade and threw away, a quarter of our JPM profit for no reason, which you never really want to do, and was by breaking one of our rules, Brendan.
Yeah, just seeing a lot of things coming back to the downside here, even as we speak, including that JPM, GPS, all these travel names as well, CCL, the airlines, all coming back in. The market at a bit of a breaking point. Let's just go to one more clip here.
That quick little pullback there, and this is why you take some profits off. We get out at literally 90.47. We get as high, maybe 12 pennies higher on JP Morgan before coming back in. Of course, that means our Nike is going to be back in the money. This is why you have some relative strength and weakness. So you have a name that you like to the short side in a target range. I'm going to take this JPM out now flat. The last half, I think we'll get an opportunity to get back into it. In this market, without breaking above those overnight stop limits, I want structured longs only. I want to make sure I'm not getting greedy with them. We do a good job of it here. You just saw all of that. But on the way back in, it comes back into our target range. You can see here, if you look closely, we don't get into this when it bounces off 88. But we get in when it comes back down after failing at VWAP. Huge mistake. That's not how I want to take the entry. If I get on the way up, I have a decent chance of flattening this trade when it snaps down out of nowhere. JPM made a huge move. Instead, I'm panic flushing at the bottom, losing a quarter of our profit by breaking one of our rules ultimately. And this is what happens to you when you don't have a structured plan. The markets are volatile, things are moving fast, but you've got to stick to your plan. There's no need to throw away a quarter of your profit there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how a lot of these things have kind of reversed course, and now we're coming back to the downside, as we mentioned. 7,500 coming up here on the NQ, but yeah, JPM holding up a little bit stronger than the rest of the group even off the bat. There gave you that really nice kind of negative to positive trade, trading back through its open price and then into positive territory, giving Neil a great opportunity on the long side. JPM, guys, we've been talking about it all week long. Your trade of the day for today. Let's go back to the guys.
Okay, we just got triggered into the short of Softy right now, guys.
Can I hit this one? Yay, Nike. So again, you do get that reload at 76.44. We take a profit out there for a 70-cent win at the 75s. Again, we're holding for this 75 area break. The market started to slide back in there. I could take $1.20, but I've been trying to get more over and over again, and I feel like this is maybe going to be our shot. So we'll hang on to this position here once again in the mid-76 range. You've been seeing the structure of this one, and I've been trying to not overtrade too many symbols. I know last week when we started this volatility, I was still doing like 10, 12 stocks a day. Now we've sort of narrowed that down. Outside of trading AAL off the open for a loser, it's basically just been Zoom, Tesla, one trade done there, JPM and Nike, and a little bit of AMD mixed in. So trying to consolidate where our risk is going to and the plays that we like, Sean.
Yeah, same thing as me, and that's why I go back to the well here once again with Mr. Softy. We're short 50 now, 145.50. We've already taken out 25 pennies down here at 22. We're going to wait to see if it can break back upside here about 146.40. But right now, here it comes right back down to the downside here. 30 pennies in the money with Softy. Here we go.
Rewind the tape. What did we say about that short at the overnight halt level? If it breaks above and fails and comes back in, that was the best short. Not in front of it the first time.
Here it comes.
It was the secondary break that gave you the bigger move, and yet it hasn't happened yet. So if that's going to be true, you're going to break below 7,500 and even on the ES maybe test 2,500. So in order for it to follow Monday, you need still about another 30, 40 handles of downside to be a believer. I'm $1.30 in the money in Nike and holding, hoping for that 75 break. That's what we're looking for here. We'll make sure we have a winner on this one.
Yeah, slap our face there. Microsoft right away, 50-cent winner, guys. I gave this to you literally 2 minutes ago. Now we're down in the money now, another 50 cents. So Microsoft keeps going down, and we're picking these ones through the weeds. How you like this animation, guys? Hit us up on chat there. Good job with the trade of the day. We're continuing to fall down here, Neil. I'm short Mr. Softy, my favorite. We'll wait here. We get back down to 143. I think we're going to hold this one. I believe, Neil, you're correct in that break. This may be the break of all breaks.
I think you want to have file a few things away here. I mean, Zoom's only come off about $1 from that top. A couple of bucks from that top.
For sure.
It's above VWAP, holding at 112. Now remember, and Twitter did this on Monday, where it did the best. There were buyers that were interested in the name and certainly kept it up at the high, even with the flush. But eventually, the sell-off was too great and the floodgates open up. So it cuts both ways. If we catch a nice bounce, yes, you like that Zoom long. But if we get an absolute flush and things get ugly, it's got more room to fall as well. So I think unless you catch a bid, at some point. I'm not going to be trying the long in Zoom. We need to really hold. If we have a second flush here, we got to either hold this level here on the ES or at least a 2,500. Otherwise, I'm not touching Zoom long. I'm hanging on to this Nike short. I want a 75 break.
I'm bidding here at 61, and there it is. Bang, 80 cents right there. Hammered Microsoft today. So Microsoft, you know, well in our wheelhouse right now. The only loser we've had today is an Apple, and I guess what? Went long at the high of the day, so that was a problem. Okay, right now, guys, the only trade we have on is Microsoft. We did get a question there that, you know, maybe we're trading a little too fast for you guys. I'm going to put up my positions right now just to show you what we have, and there's only one of them. Let's make it quite simple. $1.20 in the money. This is our Microsoft position. You saw me take it. I put it on for you guys. 144.15 it's at. We're short 145.50. That's my exact price here. Letting the money just fly through here today on Day Trade the World, Trader TV Live.
Yeah, and just a quick look, we did take 7,500. We're continuing to go down. Nike trying to hold that 75. Look, I don't love the fact that the NQ is testing lower and the ES is broken to that 25.40, and yet we still have resistance at 75 even. Aqua, I don't know if you're still in that short as well. But at some point, it's like just take $1.20, Neil. You can have a 75 break or a retracement if it doesn't want to go just yet.
And it just shows the different kind of stocks you're doing. We have a $1.20 winner here in 5 minutes on Microsoft. Nike, obviously a little bit of a, more of a staple stock. They actually have, you know, there's products they're being sold, so on.
But that's okay.
No, that's great. No, Nike's huge.
I'm going to go, well, we'll finally pull the bull's eye off on Nike. Again, I think I might take a break of 75, but if it wants to hold it, we'll see what happens. I did take the $1.30 on Nike there. If we get a sustained move, we can take a 75 break or any pullback. Let's see what happens here, 75 on the bid.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll take one of Neil's things. We will not look a gift horse in the mouth.
Exactly.
Microsoft right now, $1.50 in the money. We just took off that same $1.30. We're waiting for more, guys. Can we get down to 142? Yikes. But we may. 142, 142.50 right now. We are short right now, 145.50. That's $1.70 now in the money on Microsoft. Obviously, shouldn't have really scalped this thing. Should have held it. But the way it's been going, this is basically the first clean move. We did have a beautiful move up, followed by a little move down. Now we're cleaning house down to the downside. $1.80 winner right now for Mr. Softy.
And we're only 7.5% to the downside. And the reason I say only is because we do talk about, off the open here, you want to look at some of those halt levels.
Right.
It could come into play in the afternoon. You can go to the CME website, but on the ES, you're not talking until 13%, and that's 2380, 2380.2 there. If you're having a look, we're well a ways away from that. I look at this move to the downside, and I talked about why we get out in that 75. Again, if someone wants to be buying at that price, you can see the consolidation here. That was our first target out the first time we got the flush. It's bouncing off the same price area. So unless we get a continuation of this move down, you want to make sure you're grabbing those profits. It's a good return to take $1.20 on a $76 name. Huge. And I think if we hold these ranges, below the overnight halts, we can probably play this all day long. So I have no problem doing that. I also believe, do we have something from our good friend Brendan? Is that true?
He is.
Camera not ready, guys, but we'll go anyways here. Okay. CLNY down 36% here. Just got a big flush to the downside through $2. Huge volume coming in on the sell side here. Retesting $2, but CLNY, another one to have a look at on the short side, guys.
That one, CLNY. Okay, we will look at that one for sure. Do we think Tesla breaks 500? Valeria, let's have a look. Tesla today, 500 is quite a ways away. I got to give a shout out. I got to give a shout out to our friend on the trading floor there. I remember I had that bid in on Tesla at 600. He said maybe I could get it at 400. I thought that was pretty funny, but he might be true. Down here, Tesla could come to 400 at some point. Valeria, we did get his low during that crash, 550 on Tesla. I don't know if we get back to that. The market rallying just a little bit here, and when I talk about rallying, it just moved up 10 handles off of fading down 50. So if that's a rally, I'm not sure. But
so I'm going to go ahead and flush myself down the toilet. Oh, no. Why? I'm going to show you this Tesla chart here. I'm going to show you this pre-market area at 580. Test to the upside. When it comes back in, we grab this little short and we put a trail. And again, it could have gone both ways here because if we put a trailing stop in like we did, instead of using the stop at the high, we're going to get stopped out when it comes back in. It breaks this sort of down this pre-market bottom, and once it hits that target, I put a trailing stop, which is probably too tight, thinking we'd have a continued flush or consolidation. I get stopped out for about a $4.50 win. However, if you do give that to that actual high after the halt, it's about $8 worth of risk to now make about 20. So, sometimes this will happen to you, and I didn't used to use a lot of trailing stops, and I find that, at least in the short term, they haven't been the best for me. So I'm going to go back to being a little more manual. There's the break on Nike at 75 even.
Here we go.
What I don't like about it is we just bounced in the futures when they took 75.
Well, we're coming back a little.
That's not a great entry price there. If we do come back, fair enough, but I might have to go with a very tight stop, and so I don't want this to be triggered in at the bottom. When we did just have a nice little bounce here in the future.
Yeah, no, I've understand that logic. Obviously, Microsoft, the same type of thing there, guys.
Yeah, but we're coming down.
Yeah, we're coming down. I want to keep holding this. We see this move here, 144. We are still short. We do not get out of this one. I'll probably give it all the way back to our in price here, 145.50. We're $1.25 in the money on Microsoft right now. Let's check back in on AAL. I know that's a name that a lot of you guys were asking about earlier. The airlines, Neil, strong for some reason. Today, only down 7%. I know that sounds funny, but down 7% is strong, but it is. Look at this, not falling the same way some of these other names look to be falling, like a Disney, like a Nike, like a JPM, like a Wells Fargo. The banks continue, Neil, to get pummeled.
So as we get that break in Nike there at 75, and I watched the ES try to bounce back to 25.40, I watched the NQ bounce back towards 7,500, I'm going to end up with a tight stop on this short trade. We're shorting at the bottom, so we're going to go with a quarter stop and only to 75.25, despite the fact we were shorting with a bit more range before shorting this bottom. I'm not nearly as confident as some of the other ones, so we don't want to give too much of our profit away. It is getting close to 11.20, and I do believe we are ready for our guest of the day. We've been telling you all about this gentleman, and it's going to be a fantastic one. Let's throw it over to Brendan for the guest of the day.
Hey guys, welcome back. Really excited to have our good friend Mark Roberts joining us once again from Catona Company down on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. What a day to have Mark on. Let's bring him right in. Mark, it's a historic day again. Second time in a week that we're getting equities halted right off the bat this morning. First off, what is the mood like down on the floor there? Firsthand account, I guess you're witnessing it. What are people feeling as far as the mood goes?
Well, you got different types. You got funds that are pushing their positions. So if you own a lot of energy stocks, any break you get, you're making sales. They may not be the best sales. You may not have made sales early enough on, but you're definitely out there. Same with the banks. Any of these large, we'll call them complex areas that are moving for a lot of reasons, not just virus directly, but virus indirectly. So we're awash in oil at the moment. That's going to affect. The banks are out there lending less. That's going to affect. And then you get the consumer staple stocks. But, on balance, the market is fluid. The volume is out there. I don't know if the direction's been set yet, but I was looking for 2486 on the S&Ps this morning to really basically hold. We got to 2492. I'm waiting to see if we can hold these levels. And I was going to tell your trading guys that they have to keep up a daily or tick by tick S&P 500 along with trading the Disneys, the Microsofts, because you can make a tremendous amount of money as long as you're following the trend and not trying to override a trend you see.
Yeah, we're seeing these incredible swings both to the downside and then the bounce back equally violent or aggressive in nature simply because of a lack of liquidity. I wanted to ask you right off the bat, Mark, before we dig into anything market related here. We saw the CME group come out this morning and say as of Friday at the close, they are going to send home all the traders on the floor. Electronic trading will continue. Have you heard anything when it comes to the NYSE?
My guess is, as one exchange goes, they will all follow in suit. Question is when and how, but everybody has traditionally been ramped up to be able to trade from remote, whether it's laptop, desktop, or otherwise. That's been going on for a number of days. As far as getting yourself in that mindset and making sure your equipment is viable.
Let's talk about the virus itself here. Obviously, the rate of spread. Obviously, I think the biggest level of fear, or what is causing the level of fear here. I mean, 125,000 cases now. The spread. I don't think we really understand as far as how quickly this is happening. Is there anything as far as individual names go, maybe in the pharmaceutical space or biopharmaceutical space, that you're looking at? I mean, you put in your note this morning. You know, you're putting together a list of names that you like on the long side. Are there any of those that include some of these pharmaceutical names?
Well, first of all, the major farmers are all involved, whether it's the Mercks, the Bristol Myers, the Lillys, those kind of names. It's also a question that you've got Gilead in there. And then you move quickly into the Microsofts, the Home Depots. The list goes on as far as what would give me comfort. I still would worry that all the data points coming out of China are accurate. I'm not exactly sure if that's the case. And I think the way the president has been going at this point, along with everybody else, either agreeing or disagreeing, you have to take drastic actions at this point. I mean, we're an open liberal society, no different than Canada, and there's only so many things you can do. Certainly requesting people to self-quarantine, but how good is that going to be if your neighbor chooses not to? So I'm looking for the bigger, thicker quality names to be looking at where that interests me. Also, dividends are key, because the 10-year is still trading at a 0.73.
Also want to talk a little bit about the airlines. Obviously, President Trump announcing last night new travel measures when it comes to people coming in from Europe to the U.S. A lot of the airlines tried to bounce early on this morning, but really having trouble doing that, I think. Are there any specific ones that you're looking at this morning?
Well, Delta probably among the best. My fear, and it's only a fear, not fact, is that they start to restrict those that can get on airplanes, because those who are getting on airplanes may or may not be the smartest people in the world. A case in point this morning with JetBlue and a man that went down to West Palm Beach out of JFK, who knew he had tested for the virus, wasn't sure he had it, and on the tarmac he finds out he has it, and now they've got to deal with an entire plane of people not sure what to do. So those incidents will happen, and that's what worries me about the freedom of travel we have in the U.S., but that's a last resort.
Yeah, it's incredible. The level of naive, I guess, is the right word when we're dealing with people. Let's talk about Europe a little bit here. ECB coming out not cutting rates today. Talk a little bit about maybe what we do with Europe as a whole here. I mean, the market's on pace today over in Europe for their worst ever single day.
Yeah, so you have Italian bonds, the spreads were collapsing, sending the euro from effectively 1.13 down to 1.11. There's going to be give and take in here. Italy has a problem now that's serious. Perhaps Spain will be the next. It really will depend. The UK seems to be somewhat divorced of all of this, luck or no luck, but the rest of it tells me that both travel to and from Europe will have that 30-day ban. Their instruments are all in trouble at the moment, mostly bonds. Spreads are widening and currencies get affected, and that's the point of problem.
We got to official bear market territory as of yesterday for the overall market. When it comes to the size of the move that we've seen off of the top, how do you, on a longer term basis, how do investors, go about controlling risk in an environment like this?
Well, you've got to be comfortable with a percentage of equities you own and the percentage of cash you own. The difference is this is not a structural problem. This is a health issue. And yes, the health issue can't be put aside. It's a violent move because we don't really understand the ramifications. But from a U.S. citizen that I am, I now have to say it's up to the US government. I don't know about Congress, but the US government to make the investor, the citizen comfortable. And that's really where we are. And until doctors and the like and the government can make you comfortable, audiences aren't coming back to professional sports. They're not coming back to TV game shows. So until all of that changes, we're really in an area of not knowing what is real and what's not real, and how much we should be concerned and how much is a panic.
And I think that's a good point to kind of reiterate. Maybe less is more as far as actions go at this point when it comes to managing what you do have. We saw the NBA make the decision yesterday, going on a halt. The ATP tennis today coming out saying they're taking 6 weeks of a break. Talk a little bit about Nike. I mean, a big move to the downside today for Nike. Obviously down. I think it was more than 7%. I saw at the last point.
Right, so Nike just came off a problem of whether or not they had exposure to the tariffs in China. Now they have a problem with professional sports people not playing, difficulty using their products. That affects the Adidas of the world. That affects Foot Lockers of the world. That affects anybody who makes a sneaker. And again, we don't know how long that lasts, but if Nike is a solid company as it really is, it will find a price point of consolidation. It may be quietly dead money for a while, where the unknown is still the unknown, but it's getting to price points that make it very realistic. Even if sporting events get delayed until August, and it's going through all of them. Tennis just announced as a problem. Soccer announced it. About the only thing that hasn't announced it is professional baseball, but my guess is that'll be the next to go, and that affects sporting gear all the way across.
Yeah, and I'm sure, we can throw the NHL in there. They haven't made a move yet, but I'm sure that one's on the way as well. I want to talk a little bit about energy stocks here. We've been looking at them all week long. I mean, they really just can't get out of their own way on the way down here. Oxy in particular, moving significantly lower over the past 2-3 days. Even news on that name today. There was news outside of the price for crude oil in the space in general today. How are you approaching energy stocks?
Well, energy stocks are still going to be a sale on rallies. I can't get off that theory for a while. We're awash in oil. The fracking and natural gas companies certainly have a problem. Your CapEx spending is being dramatically reduced in Devon Energy, Oxy, and the like. And then the further down you go the food chain, you worry about disruption for your credit and your day-to-day activity, and the likelihood that banks, will pull funding for your day-to-day, and then add on top of it, we just came through an area where companies were now worried that banks were going to pull funds because they're fossil fuel, and their shareholders were reacting. So you've got that, you've got credit, and you've got risk of bankruptcies at the very, very lower end. Your higher quality names will survive, but CapEx and dividend are in question.
I want to talk a little bit about the price for crude a little bit itself. I mean, $30 is a significant level here. We're back down there again today. Is there any kind of sign of support, I guess is a good way to put it, that you're looking for around these areas that we should keep in mind?
My guess is you can get into the 20s, as a lot of the professionals have looked for. 30 is just a particular number, but 25, 27, probably more likely. Just like people are talking about the market itself, you could be down another 5, 6, 7% from the lows of today. It's certainly possible. There's a panic effect that you have to start to change that in order to get stabilization. And right now, there's still that panic effect.
And until we get any kind of stabilization, I mean, we can expect this similar type of range move back to the upside on days when we do bounce. In an overall negative environment like the one we're in right now, on days when you get that bounce, how do you approach those types of days?
Yeah, I mean, these kind of days will continue. there'll be another story out. There'll be another group of peer names that suffer, whether it's off of interest rates, off of crude, off of credit. It's just bound to happen. I mean, stocks like GE fall into probably every one of those issues. They're oil related, they're credit related, potentially divisions, bankruptcy related. It's a little of almost anything that could affect the GE. And I could probably make a case for many, many other stocks having that same thing. And then add on top of it, the consumer not going out, shopping, being part of the crowd, being distanced from his neighbor. And now all of a sudden, you know, maybe a Lululemon or something like that gets affected, or Ralph Lauren. This is just the nature of the tape at the moment.
And even as we saw, you know, earlier in the week, even the ride-sharing names, you know, really hit to the downside. Uber again, I just checked, down 9+% today. So many individual names. I don't want to keep you very long here, Mark. I want to get you over to the guys. I know they have a couple of individual stocks to discuss.
How about that stiff drink every once in a while, Mark? Yeah, I don't know how. Thank you again for taking time out of your day. This is obviously a super busy day. We just did hear you talked about the Champions League just got canceled as well. So there's a soccer event there canceled now over in the UK, of course. That's going to be spicy to say the least. I got a $2 winner on right now on Microsoft, short right now as well. I did want to talk to you though about one name, and I don't know if Brendan mentioned this or not off the top, but how about Disney right now? Disney continues to get flushed. We're down another 10%. I never thought this would be the case. I actually dipped into some Disney at about 104, 105 the other day trying to buy some bottoms, but like you mentioned, I guess there's more pain to come. Today I picked up some longs Disney, but now we're fading back in. Do we ever see a bottom? Let me call up here a day chart. This is 40% off of its high mark. We did talk about Disney a lot with you in the past. You're one of our favorite guests on here a couple of times a week, but 131 on the release of Disney Plus, all the way to 154. Now, ding, 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 ding. Disney, obviously a travel name as well, because no one's going to be heading on those flights. You talked about that. I just think it's about time. They'll probably soon close Disneyland and Disney World on your side of things.
Any day now.
Are you hearing anything like that? Is that maybe the day that we buy everything we can on Disney? The day when that bad news finally comes in and maybe we get yet another flush? I don't know what to do with this name.
The answer is absolutely. You get a Disney that closes a game park, closes a tourist attraction,
right,
stops using their boats. The answer is absolutely. But you know, it goes to the old story.
Yeah.
Depending on your time frame,
right?
You guys are much more short term, but the longer term investor who's in his 20s or early 30s, you never owned Disney before, it's $94. If you bought a little Disney at 94 and bought a little bit more in the 80s, it's a home run. If your time frame is going to be a year, 2 years, 3 years.
I also like JPM on the home run side as well.
we talked JPM. I've tried to consolidate the names that I'm looking at on a day like today, and you talked about Nike, and for me, you know, the thing you go to the daily chart and you look at this 76, 70 to 80 area, way all the way back in May, right? And then you hop to the action that you saw this morning, and that same halt, we halt at that exact price. You get the flush, it retested, and for me, you talk about the shorter time frame. My gut is that, you know, money that wants to come in and buy is either going to wait it out or see strength above some of these types of levels. So with that in mind, it was just simply close your eyes, short in front of that, you have a tight stop, and then just, you know, reap the rewards. Do you have, I know you mentioned it could be dead money on the sidelines there. Is it simply a case of waiting, a lot of that money waiting for a further flush or new information to come out? Or do you think you'd see some buying when some of those key levels possibly do get retaken to the upside and then previous support levels, you know, come back in play? Could that be a case as well?
So that basically is the story. So as you mentioned, you look for that compression day of news.
Right.
So Nike, with all the players not playing, that's your first compression news story.
Yep.
Your next one obviously is going to be your earnings, but that's too far away. So that's why I'm saying Nike stays on the list. That's a solid name that you nibble on. You can day trade. Again, all the traders should be having an intraday S&P up because a Nike is trading to the S&P, a Disney is trading to an S&P.
Yeah.
Microsoft, if I could mention,
It is, yeah.
147.50 is your 200-day. If you start seeing stocks start to move above, and the other ones we've mentioned are nowhere near, Microsoft is a name you definitely want to be in as that starts to turn.
Absolutely, and we've been trying to do our best here to let everybody know. Look, you do have to watch those key areas.
This is a banger
when it comes to profit taking as well, because if you run into a bit of a consolidation point in the S&P and you're deep in the money, as a short-term trader, take it off because you're about to get another opportunity to get in, certainly with liquidity.
Right, and now I'm also looking at let's see here, WORK and ZM. Those two have been in the green and out of the green all day long. I'd start keeping track of names that are getting close to unchanged or down 1% on market rallies, because when the market comes back through the levels, whatever they'll be, whatever day that is, those are the names you want to be in first.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, here we go. Microsoft right now, a $3.20 winner. Guys, like I just shorted Apple, Mark, on the day's low break, 254.70, and we're already in the money, a clean 50, 60 cents. I think you can almost close your eyes right now. This is probably going to be the ES now down 7.76%. Is there any sort of a metric on the floor that gives us an idea of the chances that we hit a second circuit breaker? I know it's going to be 13%, and I don't want to be doom and gloom here, but we're down 8%. Is there a level right now that you're looking at where you see machines might just come in and really just attack this thing?
I mean, it's going to be somewhere between that 24.86 area and 23.85, because that's the next circuit breaker down 13% is 23.85.
Yeah.
So if we start playing into that range today, that could be a problem. I still believe that the administration and the banks have been having some very, very interesting conversations, if I could be a conspiracy theorist for a minute. And I get a funny feeling that you're going to start to see a generated buy point where a lot of these institutions are going to try to hold any real major slide down 20%. So I'm a believer we may not see it. We may see another 3, 4, 5, 6, 7%, but I don't see that crash happening. I'm not sure they're going to allow it to happen. And again, I'm using all my history going back to when I was a trader in the 80s. The government has very concerted efforts if they choose to put their pen to the paper.
Right. Yeah, and just like we said there now, Apple clean dollar in the money, and now Microsoft $4 in the money as we continue to go. Here's our Microsoft short all the way up here at VWAP, and look, we just continue to fall. We made that nice high, and I don't know if it was a high or not, but in the S&P, 25.80, and now we just continue to fall down. The levels you're talking about down here below this circuit breaker of 24.90. Let's look out for 24.80, 24.50. Mark, it's been a blast. Any last words, Neil?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, Mark, you mentioned work here. You talk about Slack, that little dip down that we see in the markets with Apple coming to the downside, the ES dropping a little bit there, holding up relatively nicely. So case in point there, you talk about the names that you want to be in on first and strength. We're trying to point some out there. Work is a fantastic example of that. I don't know, maybe did we lose it? Oh, there he is. I don't know if we still have a sound.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like possibly.
Yeah, we got a head problem, but thank you, Mark
Roberts.
Roberts.
Might have lost Mark. Thanks as always.
Yeah, Emma will take him over now. Thank you, Mark Roberts, once again. 11:40 is now on. That's Mark Roberts from Catone & Company, live from the floor.
Knocks it out of the park as always. You got a wealth of information there. Every time we bring him in, you're going to want to make sure you tune in. All of our guests, really.
Yeah, for sure.
Certainly, it's been a lot of fun. I want to jump back, and we talked a bit about Macy's and that soft $8 area. Yeah, as the market came off, you get an $8 break. Macy's absolutely flushes. It's short sell restricted, so the only thing that's going to be a bit of a trouble there is being able to hit that bid actively when it breaks $8 even. So you can miss those breakout trades on the Macy's that you might catch in other ones where the spread opens up and you can catch some midpoints or whatever on the way in. But it does take out the low of the day. We talked about there being about 20 cents worth of room. It gives you 25. So there you go. Continuing to the downside on the ES, we're approaching 2,500. 25.20. This is a huge move down. We got as low as Mark said, that 2480, 2492, 2486 was that level. That's the next stop. Got to watch out for that below. We failed on that move through the overnight halt range. We talked about how that was going to be the short. We crushed the shorts that we were in love with. This is what you had to do here. Tune in at 9 o'clock because that's when we start things off, talking about some of these levels, talking about our trading plan.
Guys, you want to talk about crushing something? Let's put up the position board right now to show you guys. We've been getting in and out, but I'm still short. Apple right now, we're short that one. That's $1.25 in the money as we speak. Microsoft, we're short that one. That's $3.25 in the money. I have some trailing stops out, so we probably, if you do see me get out of that one or each of these ones, we will. But right now, guys, if you're following us, it's a jaw dropper today. The market continues to not be able to find a bottom. I actually just took out 900% on my EEM weekly puts. So, wow, I can't believe the way this market is moving. We continue to go downside. This market is crashing, guys.
Yeah, good updates there from DAX, letting us know over in the Netherlands that schools are staying open. So, I mean, a lot of shoes to still drop. And look, ultimately, we're going to be tracking news as well because you're going to want to see what happens if they start doing things like closing schools. You got to think about what kind of domino effect that's going to have in the overall market and where you can start to play it. So, we're going to be talking about this. We're going to keep the chat open. It's chat and trade. When we're done here at 12, we're going to stay on. All of us will be on the chat. Stay here with us. But it is time for us to get into our wrap with Brendan at the desk.
Hey guys, about 20 minutes to go before lunchtime here in the Eastern Time Zone. Yeah, look at this board. Wow, it's getting ugly to say the least. S&P, the Dow, the NASDAQ, big time negative territory. Look at the TSX there. Here in Toronto, 10.5% to the downside for the TSX. Brazil faring a little bit better today, 5.5%. Bitcoin still getting crushed. Crude getting crushed. Gold even down 4% plus on the day, guys. Let's have a look at some individual names that we were talking about off the bat this morning. If you join us at 9 o'clock every morning, we go over everything in the pre-market that is moving around both to the upside and to the downside and come up with a plan for the day on how we're going to trade them at the open. I mean, virus stocks were the biggest story today. A lot of them back into positive territory. They were really the only sign of strength on the day. I have TD Bank up here in Toronto. I was actually just waiting to see if we were going to halt again on this thing, but it is now moving back to the upside a little bit. So I'm going to shift over to APT here. We'll talk a little bit about Alpha Pro Tech. Wanted to get to that one with Mark, but we lost his audio there. But APT, one of the face mask makers, can't make enough of these things, apparently. That was the latest headline I saw. Back to the downside today, but gave you all kinds of opportunities here, guys. I mean, we can really take our pick here. AIM, INO, CODX even, all kinds of opportunities, but there was a little bit of a headline here on APT this morning.
I think with APT, I think you want to focus on the structure of these trades, and sometimes these halts are going to give you fantastic opportunities to see where you get some consolidation levels, and you see a nice little level at 15, and that was very, very evident when it reopened after that initial halt. It tests that 15, it fails, then gives a halt at the bottom, it tests it again to the upside. So you lock in those key levels, it gives you a structured trade, which you're going to want. In volatile markets like this, you do have to have better discipline, certainly. You have to have an idea of what your volatility is going to look like in an individual name, so you can have some targets that are reasonable and some stops that are also reasonable. And APT gave you a fantastic example of that. If you're looking at the short, at least, in front of that 15.
Yeah, agreed 100%. Apple trade right now, guys, still that dollar in the money. I just want to talk about, we did put a stop order up here, 254.30 or so. So we get to 254.30, we will be out of this Apple. We did also clear out of our Microsoft trade, breaking through 50, so saves ourselves a quick little 30 pennies right there on Microsoft. But yeah, INO, I don't know if you're going to get to this yet. This was a stock that we were in early. I guess it halted here. Oh yeah, everything halted, obviously. 1052 is our best out there. Now INO, like a lot of these coronavirus names, hanging back to the backside here. More NBA players testing positive right now for COVID. MLS suspended their season. This is what's going to happen.
MLB's, I guarantee you, MLB by like the end of the week for
today,
sure.
Yeah,
today, whenever it's going to be. These shoes are going to continue to drop. I mean, you watch out for the Olympics, Sean and I were saying to each other just there. I mean,
that's going to affect Nike too. That was an angle that we never really thought of. So Nike has more downside here.
Probably even would have made me more aggressive with
all the sponsorship money, guys. Look for Adidas as well.
amount of money obviously going into the Olympics as well over in Asia as well. So it's going to be interesting the next couple of weeks here. I want to get to some of the hotels here, guys. LVS, you know, it's had a bit of a strong bounce back since the morning. Obviously, the halt got washed out after that. We got all the way down to 39 here on Las Vegas Sands, but kind of banging its head against 44 here. Maybe a name if we do get a bounce in the market in the afternoon you look to for possible strength. Have a look at the daily chart. Like, this is a monster gap to the downside.
Gulp again.
Yeah, I mean, you see a few monster gaps. I think when you talk about why you consider to the long side, Brendan, it is about the bounce. It is about holding the highs right now. But, and I caution with this, you can have names that you like that you think are strong, and I've talked about Zoom a little bit, and I've tried a few longs that have worked out in JP Morgan from time to time. But if you get a big of enough flush, and if we retest that 2,500 and come close to that 13% mark or whatever it might be to the downside, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter how strong one of these stocks is. You've got to be able to play the price action in that trend. Yes, if we catch a nice bounce, maybe we retest that bottom from the morning and get a nice bounce, and then you're looking at a Las Vegas Sands through 44. Yeah. Certainly that would be enticing to me. Otherwise, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, let's just jump into the long because it's at the top. I do ultimately think as well, if we do get a bigger flush here, it's now giving you so much room to come back in because it hasn't budged off the top. So you have to be willing to play all of these names both ways and have tight risk rules that you're able to stick to.
Yeah, I personally would prefer Win, but they're basically the same thing. I just think Win is the highest class there. But remember, Win and LVS, tons of exposure, Brendan, in Macau. So some of that China, problem. If we're not traveling back and forth. I mean, look at these bottom. Like, I just can't believe that you could have got some of these prices off this halt. I think tomorrow or whatever day we come back here in trade, hopefully we don't halt down again tomorrow, but definitely looking to pick some of these up on the low side.
As you say it, Sean, I looked at a few of these charts. I'm just noticing this now. I don't know why I didn't pick this up before, but if you look at this pre-market bottom levels, anything that actually gave a flush through that price, if you could have picked it up after the halt, when it retook those pre-market lows, and then you think about how tight that stop is, you're basically risking, you're picking it up here at 65, 60. You get slipped all the way to 66, let's say. Your risk is about $1, and then you have that halt price, which is about $5, $6 higher. That's decent risk to reward on a 50% retracement. So, you know, if we get another day like this on Monday, we use some of that information to inform our trade today and make a little bit more money than we did Monday. It's going to be the same thing if we see this again. Use the information learned, even if you didn't have a trade on a Win or an LVS, that you can apply the next time we see a similar situation.
Yeah, great call. Those are the casinos, guys.
I just want to reiterate, guys, you know, the point we were making is simply if the market does get a bounce, we need to have a plan as to where, you know, we're going to go with some long positions. So, again, that's a big if the market is starting to push back to the upside. You got to look for some relative strength. If you compare that LVS chart we were just talking about to something like a CCL, LVS kind of grinding along the highs of the day. Look at CCL here, just sitting at 18. Trying as we speak even to break to the downside.
What stock was that? CCL. Yeah, didn't they suspend everything today?
No, so we did have the halt, and that was pre-market because of the suspension. And again, I was looking at CCL, and then ultimately, you know, after the halt, ended up not taking a trade. Here's the reason why. It was a gigantic move to the upside right before the open that's going to throw me off from the short. As we come into the halt, I'm like, well, why was there so much strength off of that news? Let's stay away from that one to the short side. Ultimately, it was good on the reopen, but I was touching nothing when we opened back up. If there was going to be a trade, it was to say, hey, look, someone wanted to buy that one up after them taking strong action and maybe being the last piece of negative news. What's the worst thing they can do besides shutting everything down for a little while? Because if you take that that halt price to the long side when it breaks, that's not a bad trade there. It gives you a decent scalp. Otherwise, you know, forget about it. It breaks through the top end of that range. So if you try this little short or breakout long, you're going to get wicked around. You wait for the market to make its move and take advantage. For me, I like the names that I was more comfortable with in either direction. As more importantly, here's a test of that 2,500 on that ES.
That's what I'm saying. Holy shit. Apple right now, guys, $2.50 through in the money here. If you've been following us today, this is 3 or 4 trades now. Yeah, these are 3 or 4 trades that I've given you guys that are more than $2 winners. Here we go. We are short Apple right here, 254.70 and change. Still heading to the downside. My stop order is, 254.50. That's nowhere near right now. We continue to go down. We're breaking to the downside right now. Wow, what a nasty day. It just continues, Neil. Downside, downside, downside. I'm glad I was able to liquidate the last couple days. More damage to come here. $2.70 winner right now. Throw the cash around. I hate doing it because the market's getting crushed and a lot of people losing money here today.
Yeah, the Dow guy's down 2,100 points currently. Just surpassed 9% once again. So the Dow down 2,100 points. Pretty impressive move to the downside. We mentioned a couple of energy names with Mark there, Occidental. I want to talk about Marathon here, MPC. They announced this morning they were exploring the possibility of some asset sales, including some properties. So a big move, to say the least, obviously 26%. MPC, even from the halt here, 28, it's trading just above 22.5 now.
What stock was that?
That's MPC.
Oh,
there.
MPC.
I was just, quickly, we're going to jump to that in a second.
As well.
But just so you know, on AMD, someone buying an absolute crap load of
45.05. Holy crap.
200,000 shares on the bid of AMD getting chewed out. And I got it on another screen. I'll try to get you guys as quickly as I can here. But there was a massive buyer at 40.05 that reloaded. Another buyer here at 40. The last time I saw things like this, I remember the crash in 08. You saw these hero buys start to come in. You're going to have maybe some big time short covering. You're also going to have some people trying to prop things up. Either way, you see these huge levels. Good areas to take profit. But if it breaks, buy. Here comes 2,500 on the ES.
Yeah. Catapult us right now. It's a $4 winner right now in Apple. Follow your boy. The bear market is here. Let's get going, guys. This is big time moves to the downside here. Come on, baby. $4, disco ball. These are the days we're looking for. We're glad we're live, and the chat will not stop. We're here all day for you guys. Let's go.
All right, guys, we'll go to some of the banks here. I was just looking at both Goldman and JPM. JPM in particular hasn't broken down yet. So if you're looking for somewhere that might be a little bit of a lagger here, have a look at JPM just as we speak, breaking its last line of defense to the downside. If I switch over to Goldman as well, same thing, tight consolidation here for some of the banks. As we mentioned earlier in the show, these have been kind of the leaders over the past couple of days. Doesn't mean they're going to be again today, but the leaders past couple of days to the downside.
Yeah, just so you know, I mean, JPM has not yet broken either this low at 86.67 or off of that halt. We did get as low as 86.31, so it feels like that's not going to get broken until we see 25 on the ES, which we're trending towards now. We haven't broken it, and the NQ got below that 73.50 mark. It seems like the banks are going to hold up. So if we hold that level, possibly give you a nice little bounce off the price of JPM right now. As I keep looking at AMD, continue through that 40 even, its floodgates have opened up, as have Apple's in front of these key levels, but the banks holding right now at the base.
Yeah, I think Mark's probably right. There will be some stimulus that will come in here. This might be the capitulation day that we were waiting for. So let's see.
Remember, the ECB disappointed everybody at the beginning of the morning here. So that was the first story that dropped at the open.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We were talking about Boeing in the pre-market this morning. Just watching Boeing here, kind of holding the bottom end of its range as well, around that 164 level. Washington State passing a law overnight, removing some tax breaks for the entire aerospace industry, including obviously Boeing. So Boeing affected again on the negative side, still 12%, but also another name here kind of holding the base at 164.
So when Mark talked about names here that are close to break even or holding at least near their highs and showing some strength, this one above VWAP here on Boeing. Look, let's keep in mind what happened to Boeing yesterday off of its own troubles there. So ultimately, it was well behind the market in terms of how far it dropped. So the fact that it's holding this 160 area, to me, that's not a relative sign of strength. That's because of what you saw yesterday, and it was already down so far. So forget about that. I do like to look at something like a Slack or a Zoom, which is holding up a little bit better if you're looking for possible long opportunities on any kind of a bounce, or maybe some of those banks that have held the bottom as we're starting to round out at that 74 on the NQ.
I'm just going to give you guys an update here. Moving average on the 3 minute here for Apple 252.75. So we're going to get out of this one here for a $2 winner if it does print above, and it's almost there right now. 252.75 will trigger us out of this name, but wow, did we ride that one down here? It did bounce off 251, now back up about $1.50 from there. So we'll take this profit, just give you guys an update. 252.75 will be out. So if you see us flash out of that one, that is why.
All right, guys, I'm going to go over to ENZ, another virus name here with one of the biggest moves, I think, on the day to the downside. We started the day up above $3 even. Trading down around 250 now. We got a test of 240 twice after the halt, but ENZ, this was another one that came out just only, I think it was 2 or 3 days ago, kind of throwing their hat into the ring as far as creating a possible vaccine for this COVID-19 virus. So looking like we're just kind of teetering on the edge here once again for ENZ.
It's going to give you that look as well. I think realistically, if I'm looking at that, I'm probably fading in front of the short there. A bit of a bounce. I mean, because we failed at 2,500, we talk about following the ES and those key levels. Again, I talked about why I liked Zoom. I'm going to try a little something using the low of the day as my, not the low of the day, the low of the morning, or the recent low as my out, and the retake of 110 to the long side. If we are catching a bounce off 2,500, we've seen these extend a little bit here, so you find the name that you like to the long side and stick with those. Don't get too frisky on these weaker names that are dying here. So we jump into that one basically flat as the futures are trying to bounce back. So we're back in Zoom.
We flossed it off there. That's an out of Apple, and good thing we did because it rips up now another $1. Just wish I would have gone long there, but what an out right there. 252.76 is our out. It's now at 253.76. So once again, my wife, get that chicken ready because we're coming home. There's a couple chicken dinner winners there for you guys. She made chicken pot pie last night, but I think that we have chicken pot pie for lunch. So,
we've got a lot of chicken here lately.
I'm going to judge that, but thank you for the chicken pot pie last night, and we're taking home the cash today.
All right, guys, a couple of things still to come this week as far as earnings go. Just a heads up as well, Trump is actually live on TV right now talking about this bill that they're working on passing as far as spending for the coronavirus. But yeah, there's a look at what's coming up both after market and before the open tomorrow for earnings.
What? Oh, I thought we were almost through. Oracle's there, Gap. We've talked about
Slack and sort of how it's holding up, and Broadcom is going to be a big one as well. But I think you hit it right there with Gap. Yeah. Because you've seen what you've been able to do with some of those retail names. Yeah. And if we continue this slide, oh baby, it could get very, very interesting with Gap. I know what for me, we've talked a lot. I mean, Mark knocked it out of the park with Slack. So there's almost no need to jump back into work. I think if they have strong numbers and we get any kind of a base here today, that's obviously going to be a decent place to be looking at for some buy action tomorrow.
Yeah, Slack, Gap, we talked about Macy's, we've talked about all of the brick and mortar type of plays, and Gap, I mean, although Gap does have a pretty good online presence, I still think that's going to be a tough report for them. We'll see what they come with. Everybody's going to warn now on everything.
People aren't out and about, and people aren't spending. I mean,
God.
It might not matter, let's be honest.
Yep. So, Brendan, that's it. Any names particular you're looking there, Brendan?
I think you got to keep an eye on some of these virus stocks. I mean, they've given you all kinds of opportunities throughout the morning. I mean, the market itself has been an incredible opportunity. Keep in mind, guys, the SPY, the Qs, I mean, DIA, all great ETFs that you can take, 10, 20, 30 shares on and control your risks. The range obviously going to be significant. Mark mentioned it a couple of times. Make sure you have a chart up of the overall market and take advantage of some of those support and resistance areas. I think we have Valeria standing by here, guys. We'll go over to her, and she's going to tell us what day it is today.
Thanks, Brandon. And first of all, dear viewers, I want to say thank you for being active, for giving us more likes and subscribe for our show. Our show is very close to the end, but our live chat will be up till the market closure. So all guys will be there. I'll be there. Ask us questions. Guys have experience in trading over 17 years. So they are definitely those people who you want to ask questions. And of course, give us more likes and subscribe. We love likes. Well, today is the National Baked Scallops Day. Me personally, not a seafood lover. So what about you guys? Do you like seafood?
Is this a trick question here? I literally love seafood. It's like one of my favorite things in the world, and scallops. I'm fortunate. I have a brother who lives on the East Coast. They get fantastic scalps. So every time they visit, I get fresh scallops all the time. It is literally one of my favorite foods in the entire world to eat. So thank you for bringing that up, because there's no way our lunch here is going to be scallops. So I'll be sitting here.
It could. What do you mean? We've had scallops.
There is a 0% chance it's going to be scallops.
No, because I didn't see it on the menu, but
either way,
I think it's chicken pot pie. But yeah, no scallops. You guys, let us know what seafood you guys like.
Absolutely.
I like scallops. Scallops wrapped in bacon.
There you go.
Hit the confetti there. Yeah, we don't need to say anything else. Okay, that's about it, guys. Our show is over.
With the bacon.
I'm trying to mic drop.
But it's not really over, because the chat's going to stay open.
Correct.
You can still talk to all of us here. We'll talk about our trades. We'll talk about the markets and follow along live. It's been a fantastic one. Obviously, a big shout out and thanks to Jeff Mano for coming through in the middle of the day to give an update of what's going on in OTC markets. And as always, Mark Roberts from Catone & Company doing a fantastic job giving you a broad overview of the market and some places where the big money is going to be going.
Mark Roberts continues to amaze us.
And as always, for our entire team here, you've seen Valeria, our chat maestra, Liz, our analyst, Brendan Wickens over there at the desk.
Keep the chat open.
And as always, myself, Neil Roberts, and Sean Katina, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. This is tradertv.live. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay on the chat.
Boom. See ya. What just happened? Okay. Okay, great.